Chapter 1. Grantham, Lincolnshire, October 13th, 1940, 3:47 a.m. The air raid siren began as a low moan, the kind of sound that seemed to come from inside the skull rather than from the sky. Margaret Hilda Roberts, 14 years old, lay frozen in her narrow bed, listening to the note rise. Her hands gripped the edge of the blanket. Her toes curled against the cold sheet. The siren climbed until it became a shriek, and then it held there, an electric wire of noise stretched tight across the dark. She heard her father's feet on the stairs. Alfred Roberts moved quickly but without panic. He had been expecting this. Everyone had been expecting this. The German bombers had hit Coventry 2 nights ago, had hit London every night for the past 37 nights, and now they were coming inland, spreading out, searching for the factories and railways and munitions works that kept Britain fighting. Grantham had a munitions factory. Grantham had a railway junction. Grantham had a Royal Air Force base. Grantham was a target. Margaret, her father's voice was calm. Get up, get your sister, get to the shelter. She did not ask questions. She did not cry. She threw off the blanket, found her dressing gown in the dark, and crossed the hallway to Muriel's room. Her sister was already awake, already dressed, already crying. Muriel was 4 years older, but she had always been the softer one. Margaret took her by the hand and led her down the narrow stairs. The stairs creaked. The whole house seemed to creak. The siren kept screaming. The Anderson shelter was at the bottom of the garden, half buried in the earth, covered with a foot of soil and a scattering of cabbages. Alfred had built it himself in the summer of 1939, the week after the government issued the plans. He had dug the hole, assembled the corrugated iron panels, bolted them together, and covered the whole thing with the soil from the garden. Then he had planted the cabbages on top. "If they don't kill us," he had said, "we still need to eat." Beatrice, Margaret's mother, was already in the shelter. She had gone down at the first sound of the siren, carrying a thermos of tea, a packet of biscuits, and the family Bible. She sat on the wooden bench, her hands folded in her lap, her face unreadable. She did not ask if her daughters were all right. She did not ask if Alfred was coming. She simply sat. Alfred came last, carrying a torch and a copy of the evening paper. He pulled the door closed behind him. The shelter was dark, damp, and small, 6 feet by 4. The 4 of them sat shoulder to shoulder. The smell of wet earth filled the space. The sound of the siren faded once the door was closed, but another sound replaced it. The drone of aircraft engines, high above, invisible, innumerable. Margaret counted the seconds between the engine sound and the first explosion. She had read somewhere that every 5 seconds between the flash and the bang meant a mile of distance. She counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The explosion came on 15. 3 miles away, the munitions factory. The shelter shook. Soil trickled from the ceiling. Beatrice did not move. Alfred turned a page of his newspaper. Muriel cried harder. Margaret put an arm around her sister. She did not know why. It was not a natural gesture for her, but she did it anyway. Another explosion. Closer this time. 12 seconds, another. 10 seconds, another. 7 seconds. Then the sound of the aircraft changed. The drone became a roar, then a whistle, then a scream. Margaret had never heard a bomb falling before. It was not like the films. The films made it sound like a whistle, clean and thin. This was different. This was a tearing sound, as if the sky itself was being ripped open. The bomb hit 3 streets away. The shelter lifted off the ground just for an instant, and then slammed back down. The wooden bench cracked. The thermos fell over. Tea spilled across the dirt floor. Alfred did not look up from his paper. He turned another page. Margaret looked at her father. The torchlight caught his face. He was not reading. His eyes were moving across the page, but he was not seeing the words. He was listening. He was waiting. He was afraid, but he would not show it. He had never shown fear in front of his daughters. He would not start now. She decided in that moment that she would be the same. She would not show fear. She would not cry. She would not ask for comfort. She would sit in the dark, in the cold, in the dirt, and she would wait. And when the all-clear sounded, she would go inside, wash her face, eat her breakfast, and go to school. That was what her father did. That was what she would do. The bombing lasted 45 minutes. By the end, 17 buildings in Grantham had been damaged. 6 people had been killed. The munitions factory was untouched. The railway was untouched. The airfield was untouched. The Germans had missed their targets. They had hit houses instead. They had hit a church. They had hit a pub. They had hit a row of terraced houses where railway workers lived with their wives and children. Margaret learned all of this the next morning from the newspaper. She read the names of the dead. She did not know any of them. She read the list of the injured. She did not know any of them either. But she read every name, every detail, every column inch. She wanted to understand. She wanted to know who had died and why and what it meant. Her father caught her reading the newspaper at the breakfast table. He did not tell her to put it down. He did not say it was not for children. He said, "What do you make of it?" She thought for a moment. "The Germans are cowards," she said. "They bombed houses because they were afraid to bomb the factory." Her father nodded. "That's one way to look at it." "What's the other way?" "The other way is that the factory is still standing. The railway is still running. The airfield is still operating. So the Germans failed. They killed 6 people, but they failed at their objective. Do you see the difference?" She saw it. The Germans had not failed because they were cowards. They had failed because the British had built a factory that could not be destroyed, a railway that could not be stopped, an airfield that could not be silenced. The British had won because they had built things that worked. The Germans had lost because they had not. She carried that lesson with her for the rest of her life. Winning was not about being braver or smarter or stronger. Winning was about building things that worked. Winning was about preparation, planning, attention to detail. Winning was about the small things, the bolts that held the corrugated iron together, the cabbages that grew on top of the shelter, the cup of tea that stayed hot while the bombs fell. Her father turned another page of his newspaper. The all-clear had sounded an hour ago. The sun was rising. The milkman was making his rounds. The world was still there. Margaret finished her porridge, washed her bowl, and went to school. She was not late. Chapter 2, Grantham. 1925, the year of her birth. She was born on October 13th, 1925, in a room above the shop. The room was small, with a sloped ceiling and a single window that looked out onto the high street. The midwife arrived at midnight. Beatrice was 43 years old for a first birth, and the labor was long. Alfred paced the shop below, opening and closing drawers, straightening tins, wiping down the counter. He was not a man who paced. He was a man who worked. But there was no work to do at 2 in the morning, so he paced. At 4:15 a.m., the midwife came downstairs. "You have a daughter," she said. "Both are well." Alfred went upstairs. He looked at his wife, pale and exhausted, lying in the narrow bed. He looked at the baby wrapped in a cloth, no bigger than a sack of flour. He did not pick her up. He stood at the foot of the bed and looked at her. Then he went back downstairs and opened the shop at 7 a.m. as usual. He named her Margaret Hilda. Margaret after no one in particular. He just liked the name. Hilda after his mother, who had died when he was 12. His mother had been a strong woman, he said. She had kept house, raised children, and helped run the family grocery business after her husband fell ill. She had died of consumption at 47, worn out by work and worry. Alfred did not say that he wanted his daughter to be like his mother, but he named her after her. That was enough. The shop was called Roberts and Son. There was no son. The sign had been painted in 1919, when Alfred took over the business from his own father. He had kept the name because it was cheaper to keep it than to change it. He had also kept it because he believed, firmly and quietly, that a son would come. A son did not come. 2 daughters came, Margaret and then Muriel 4 years later. The sign stayed. Alfred never explained why. He did not need to. He was not a man who explained himself. The shop occupied the ground floor of 1 North Parade, a narrow 3-story building on the corner of the High Street and a side lane. The front window displayed tins of biscuits, jars of sweets, and blocks of cheese wrapped in wax paper. The door was painted dark green with a brass handle polished every morning. Inside, the air smelled of bacon, cured ham, coal dust, and the sweet tang of loose tea from the big tin canisters behind the counter. The floor was wooden, scrubbed white. The shelves were stocked with everything a household needed: sugar, flour, butter, eggs, milk, bread, soap, candles, matches, paraffin, and a small selection of patent medicines for coughs, colds, and upset stomachs. Alfred Roberts did not sell on credit. This made him unusual among grocers. Most shopkeepers allowed trusted customers to buy now and pay later, settling accounts at the end of the week or the month. Alfred refused. He had learned this rule from his father, who had learned it from his father before him. Credit created debt, and debt created dependency, and dependency created laziness, and laziness created poverty. If a man could not pay for his food, Alfred believed, he did not deserve to eat. It was a hard rule. He did not apologize for it. Some customers complained. A few took their business elsewhere. Most stayed because Alfred's prices were fair and his goods were fresh, and he opened at 7 and closed at 8 and never took a holiday. He was the most reliable grocer in Grantham. People respected reliability more than they resented inflexibility. Margaret learned to weigh butter before she learned to read. Her father placed her on a wooden crate behind the counter, put a pound of butter on the scale, and showed her how to slide the brass weights until the arm balanced. "Always give a little more than they pay for," he said. "Not too much, just a sliver, so they know you're honest." She practiced on the butter, then on the bacon, then on the sugar. She learned to wrap cheese in wax paper so tightly that no air could reach it. She learned to slice ham so thin that a pound looked like 2 pounds. She learned to add a column of shillings and pence in her head while holding a conversation. By the time she was 6, she could run the shop by herself for an hour while her father ate his lunch upstairs. Beatrice did not work in the shop. She kept the house. The house was 3 floors, kitchen and dining room on the ground floor, bedrooms on the 1st floor, attic on the 2nd floor. There was no bathroom. A tin tub was brought into the kitchen on Saturdays, filled with hot water boiled on the stove, and shared by the family in order of age. Alfred first, then Beatrice, then Muriel, then Margaret. By the time Margaret got in, the water was grey and cold. She did not complain. Complaining was not allowed. Beatrice's domain was the kitchen. She cooked, cleaned, sewed, mended, and preserved. She made her own jam, her own pickles, her own bread. She knitted her own dresses and her daughters' dresses. She did not throw anything away. String was saved and reused. Paper was saved and used for kindling. Fat from bacon was saved and used for frying. The family motto, though no one ever said it aloud, was "waste nothing." Beatrice also did not speak much. She was not silent. She issued instructions, asked questions, made observations, but she did not chat. She did not gossip. She did not tell stories. She did not sit in the parlor in the evening and talk about her day. She worked until she could not work any more. Then she went to bed. Margaret watched her mother and wondered what she thought about. She never found out. The Methodist chapel was the center of the Roberts family's social and spiritual life. The Finken Street Methodist Church was a plain brick building with a tall steeple and a small congregation. Alfred was a lay preacher. He mounted the pulpit 3 or 4 Sundays a year and delivered sermons that ran 45 minutes to an hour. He did not speak about the love of God. He spoke about duty, responsibility, hard work, thrift, honesty, and the wages of sin. Sin, in Alfred's theology, was not adultery or blasphemy or idolatry. Sin was laziness. Sin was waste. Sin was debt. Sin was reliance on charity. "If any man will not work, neither shall he eat," he preached, quoting St. Paul. He always paused after the word work, letting the silence stretch, letting the congregation feel the weight of the condition. If any man will not work, not cannot, will not. The distinction was everything. Margaret sat in the front pew between her mother and her sister and took notes. She had a small notebook bound in black cloth that she kept in her coat pocket. She wrote down her father's sermon points, numbered and underlined. She did not show the notes to anyone. They were for her. They were her way of holding on to what mattered. One Sunday when she was 9, her father preached from the book of Nehemiah, the chapter about rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. Nehemiah did not wait for someone else to rebuild the walls, Alfred said. He did not ask the government. He did not form a committee. He picked up a stone and began. And when his enemies mocked him, he kept working. And when they threatened him, he kept working. And when they tried to distract him, he said, "I am doing a great work, so that I cannot come down." Margaret wrote that down. "I am doing a great work, so that I cannot come down." She kept that notebook for the rest of her life. It was destroyed in a flood in the 1980s, in the basement of a house she no longer owned, but she never forgot the line. 40 years later, when her own enemies mocked her and threatened her and tried to distract her, she told herself, "I am doing a great work. I cannot come down." Chapter 3, Grantham, 1935. The Scholarship. The Hunting Tower Road School was a grey stone building with high windows and a playground of cracked asphalt. It was not a beautiful school. It was not a famous school. It was a school for the children of grocers and railway workers and factory hands. Most of its students would leave at 14, take jobs in the munitions factory or the railway yard or one of the shops on the high street, marry young, have children, and die before they were 70. That was the pattern. That was the expectation. Margaret Roberts had read the pattern. She had studied it the way she studied everything, by paying attention. She noticed that the girls who left school at 14 became shop assistants or factory workers or mothers. She noticed that the girls who stayed became teachers or nurses or secretaries. She noticed that the girls who went to university became something else. She did not know what that something else was exactly, but she knew it was different, and she wanted it. The scholarship was to Kesteven and Grantham Girls' School, a grammar school on the other side of town. The grammar school was for clever girls. It had laboratories and a library and teachers with university degrees. It sent girls to Oxford and Cambridge. Not many, not often. But sometimes the scholarship would pay the fees. Without the scholarship, there would be no grammar school. Alfred could afford the shop, but he could not afford school fees. Margaret sat for the examination in the spring of 1935. She was 9 years old. The examination was held in a hall at the grammar school, a room she had never entered before. The ceilings were high, the floors were polished. The smell was different from her school, not chalk dust and damp coats, but something cleaner, something colder, something that smelled like money. She took the test, arithmetic, English composition, general knowledge, and an intelligence test that she had never seen before. She finished each section early, checked her answers twice, and sat with her hands folded on the desk until the invigilator said, "Pens down." The results came 6 weeks later. Margaret Roberts had passed. She had not just passed, she had placed first in the county. Her score was so high that the examiners wrote a letter to Alfred, congratulating him on a child of unusual ability. He framed the letter and hung it in the shop above the bacon slicer. Beatrice said nothing. She continued sewing, cooking, cleaning, preserving. She had not taken the scholarship examination. She had not gone to grammar school. She had left school at 13 to help her mother in the house. She did not know what to say to a daughter who had placed first in the county, so she said nothing. Margaret started at Kesteven and Grantham Girls' School in September 1935. She wore the uniform, a navy blue tunic, a white blouse, a striped tie, black stockings, and sensible shoes. Her mother had sewn the tunic by hand, using a pattern borrowed from a neighbor. The shoes were second-hand, bought from a shop that sold dead people's clothes. Margaret did not care. The shoes fit. The tunic was clean. She was at the grammar school. That was all that mattered. The other girls noticed her accent. She spoke like Grantham. Flat vowels, hard consonants, the dropped H that marked the lower classes. The other girls had been trained to speak properly, to round their vowels and soften their consonants, and pronounce every H as if it were a small gift they were offering to the world. Margaret did not change her accent. She could not. She did not know how. "You sound common," a girl named Margaret Wickham told her at lunch on the first day. "Yes," Margaret Roberts said, "I am common." The girl did not know how to respond. She had expected denial, embarrassment, shame. She had not expected agreement. She turned away and ate her sandwich. Margaret Roberts ate her sandwich, bread and margarine, no meat because meat was expensive, and watched the other girls. She noticed which ones were rich and which ones were not. She noticed which ones were clever and which ones were not. She noticed which ones had friends and which ones sat alone. She was one of the ones who sat alone. She did not mind. She had not come to grammar school to make friends. She had come to learn. Her first report card read, "Margaret is a diligent student. She works harder than any girl in her class. She will go far if she learns to soften her manner." Beatrice read the report card and said nothing. Alfred read the report card and said, "Softening her manner. What does that mean?" "It means I am not friendly," Margaret said. "Are you not friendly?" "I am not interested in being friendly. I am interested in being first." Her father looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded. He hung the report card next to the letter from the examiners. Chapter 4, Grantham. 1938. The Headmistress. Miss Dorothy Gillies was the headmistress of Kesteven and Grantham Girls' School. She was a tall woman, thin as a ruler, with grey hair pulled into a bun, so tight that it seemed to stretch the skin of her face. She had graduated from Girton College, Cambridge, at a time when Cambridge did not grant degrees to women. She had taught classics at a girls' school in Edinburgh before coming to Grantham. She was, by any measure, a remarkable woman. She was also, by any measure, terrifying. Margaret was summoned to Miss Gillies's office in the spring of 1938. She was 12 years old. She had never been inside the headmistress's office before. The room was small, wood-paneled, and smelled of beeswax. A portrait of the king hung above the fireplace. A portrait of the queen hung above the desk. Miss Gillies sat behind the desk, her hands folded on a blotter. "Miss Roberts," she said, "I have been reviewing your marks." "Yes, Miss Gillies." "You are first in your class in every subject except mathematics, where you are second, and deportment, where you are last." Margaret said nothing. Do you know why you are last in deportment? No, Miss Gillies. You do not smile. You do not greet your teachers when you enter the room. You do not speak to the other girls. You eat your lunch alone. You walk down the corridor as if you are walking to a funeral. This is not acceptable. Margaret considered this. She had not known that smiling was a requirement. She had not known that greeting teachers was part of the curriculum. She had thought that school was about Latin and arithmetic and the kings and queens of England. She had been wrong. I will try to improve, Miss Gillies. You will do more than try. You will succeed. You are a clever girl, Miss Roberts, but cleverness is not enough. You must also be liked. No one will listen to a woman they do not like. Do you understand? Margaret understood. She did not agree, but she understood. She left the office and walked down the corridor. A teacher passed. Margaret smiled at her. It was not a real smile. It was a stretching of the mouth, a showing of teeth. The teacher nodded and continued walking. Margaret made a note in her mental file. Smiling costs nothing. It produces results. Do it more often. She did not become a different person, but she learned to perform the gestures that other people expected. She smiled at teachers. She greeted them when she entered the room. She sat with other girls at lunch, though she did not speak much. Her deportment mark rose from last to middle. Miss Gillies did not call her to the office again. 40 years later, Margaret Thatcher would tell a journalist, I learned everything I know about politics from my headmistress. She taught me that you can be the cleverest person in the room, but if you do not know how to enter a room, no one will hear what you have to say. Chapter 5. Grantham, 1939. The war begins. The radio was in the parlor, a wooden box with a fabric speaker and a dial that glowed amber in the dark. On September 3rd, 1939, the family gathered around the radio. Alfred sat in his armchair. Beatrice sat on the settee. Muriel sat on the floor. Margaret stood by the window, looking out at the high street, which was empty. Everyone was inside, listening. The Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, spoke at 11:15 a.m. His voice was thin, tired, reluctant. He said that the German government had not responded to the British ultimatum. He said that, consequently, the country was at war with Germany. He said that he hoped and prayed that the war would be short. Margaret looked at her father. His face was still. He did not look surprised. He did not look frightened. He looked like a man who had been expecting bad news and had already decided how to respond to it. Finish your breakfast, he said. There is work to do. The work changed. Rationing began. Sugar, butter, bacon, cheese, eggs, meat, tea, everything Margaret had learned to weigh and wrap became scarce. Alfred was appointed to the local food control committee, a group of grocers and shopkeepers who were responsible for distributing rationed goods. He came home with a binder full of forms, quotas, and regulations. He studied the binder every night, making notes in the margins with a red pen. "What are you writing?" Margaret asked. "Ways around the regulations," he said. "Not for profit, for fairness. The regulations are written by civil servants who have never run a shop. They do not understand that some families need more bread and less sugar, or more bacon and less cheese. I am finding the spaces where the regulations are flexible." She watched him work. He did not complain about the regulations. He did not protest the rationing. He accepted it as a fact of war, and then set about making it work as well as it could. That was his way. Accept reality, then bend it. The shop stayed open 16 hours a day. Alfred worked the counter. Beatrice worked the kitchen, turning rationed ingredients into meals that stretched further than anyone thought possible. Margaret worked the register, the scales, the wrapping paper. Muriel worked the deliveries, riding her bicycle through the blackout streets, carrying parcels of tea and sugar to families who could not leave their homes. The war gave Margaret something she had not known she needed: purpose. She was 14 years old, but she was essential. Without her, the shop would have to close for an hour while her father ate lunch. Without her, the deliveries would pile up. Without her, the family business would not survive. She was not a child helping out. She was a worker. She liked that. Chapter 6, Grantham, 1941. The debate. The school debate society met on Friday evenings in the library. Margaret had not intended to join. Debating seemed like a game for boys, a performance of cleverness that served no practical purpose. But Miss Gillies had suggested it, and Miss Gillies's suggestions were commands. The motion for Margaret's first debate was, "This House believes that women should have the same educational opportunities as men." Margaret was assigned to speak for the motion. She was not nervous. She had never been nervous. She had stood behind the counter of her father's shop since she was 5, facing customers who demanded better prices, fresher goods, a faster service. She had faced down drunk men and angry women and children who tried to steal sweets. A debate society was nothing. She stood at the lectern. The library was small, maybe 30 people, mostly girls in school uniform and a few teachers. She looked at her notes. She had written 3 points, one about economics, one about justice, one about national interest. She spoke for 7 minutes. She did not raise her voice. She did not gesture. She stood still, looked at the audience, and made her arguments. The economics point. Educated women contribute to the economy, which benefits everyone. The justice point, denying education to half the population, is morally wrong. The national interest point, a country that wastes the talents of its women, cannot compete with countries that do not. When she finished, the audience applauded. She was surprised by the applause. She had not expected it. She had simply stated what she believed to be true. Was that worthy of applause? The debate was judged in her favor. Miss Gillies came up to her afterward. "You have a talent for this, Miss Roberts." "I was stating facts, Miss Gillies." "Facts presented clearly and with conviction. That is what debating is. That is also what politics is." Margaret filed that away. Debating is politics. Politics is stating facts clearly and with conviction. She joined the debate society. She debated every Friday for the next 2 years. She never lost. Chapter 7, Grantham, 1942. The decision. She was 16 years old. She had 1 year of school remaining. After that, the path was clear. She would work in the shop, or she would become a teacher, or she would become a secretary. Those were the options for a girl from Grantham. Those were the only options. She did not want any of them. She wanted to go to Oxford. She had read about Oxford in books borrowed from the public library. She had read about the women's colleges, Somerville and Lady Margaret Hall and St. Hugh's. She had read about the tutorials, the libraries, the laboratories. She had read about the women who had gone to Oxford and become scientists and writers and politicians. She wanted to be one of them. She told her father at dinner. She did not announce it. She did not ask permission. She said, "I am going to apply to Oxford." Alfred put down his fork. Beatrice stopped chewing. Muriel looked at her plate. "Oxford?" Alfred said. "Yes." "Oxford University?" "Yes." "To study what?" "Chemistry." Alfred picked up his fork. He took a bite of his potato. He chewed slowly. He swallowed. He looked at his daughter. "You will need a scholarship." "Yes?" "You will need to be top of your class." "I am top of my class." "You will need to pass an examination that most girls from grammar schools fail." "I know." Alfred looked at his wife. Beatrice looked at her plate. Alfred looked back at his daughter. He said, "Then you had better start studying." That was all. He did not say he was proud. He did not say he loved her. He did not say he would miss her when she left. He said she had better start studying. She started that night. Chapter 8, Grantham, 1943. The examination. The Oxford entrance examination was held in Nottingham, 30 miles from Grantham. Margaret took the train. She had never taken a train alone before. She sat by the window watching the fields and factories slide past and reviewed her notes. She had been studying for a year. She had read every textbook in the school library. She had borrowed additional textbooks from the public library. She had written to Oxford and asked for the syllabus, which she had memorized. The examination was 2 days. 4 papers: chemistry, physics, mathematics, and general knowledge. She finished each paper early. She checked each answer twice. She did not look at the other candidates. She did not speak to anyone during the breaks. She ate her packed lunch, bread and margarine, an apple, a bottle of cold tea, alone on a bench outside the examination hall. When the examination ended, she took the train back to Grantham. She sat by the window and watched the fields and factories slide past. She did not know if she had passed. She thought she had, but thinking was not knowing. She waited 6 weeks. Every day she went to school, worked in the shop, studied for her final exams. Every evening she asked her father if the post had brought a letter from Oxford. Every evening he said no. The letter arrived on a Saturday. Alfred brought it upstairs from the shop. He handed it to Margaret. She opened it. She read it. She read it again. She had been accepted, Somerville College, Oxford, to read chemistry, with a scholarship that covered her fees and a small maintenance grant for her living expenses. She handed the letter to her father. He read it. He handed it back. "Well," he said, "you had better pack." Chapter 9. Grantham to Oxford, October 1943, 6:15 a.m. The train left Grantham at 6:15 a.m. The platform was cold and damp. A thin fog hung over the tracks. Margaret stood alone on the platform, holding a suitcase in one hand and a cardboard box of books in the other. Her mother had not come to the station. Her father had walked her to the gate, then stopped. "You know the way," he said. "Yes, father. Right when you arrive." "Yes, father." He turned and walked back toward the shop. He did not look back. She did not expect him to. She found her seat, a third-class compartment with wooden benches and a window that did not close properly. She placed her suitcase on the rack, her box of books on the seat beside her, and sat down. The train began to move. She watched Grantham disappear. The high street, the church steeple, the factory chimneys, the rows of terraced houses, the fields. She did not cry. She did not feel sad. She felt something else, something she did not have a name for. It was not excitement. It was not fear. It was something colder, sharper. It was the feeling of a door closing behind her. She was leaving Grantham. She was not coming back. Not to live, anyway. Grantham was behind her now. Oxford was ahead. She opened her box of books and began to read. The train arrived at Oxford at 9:30 a.m. She stepped onto the platform. The station was larger than she had expected, busier, louder. Porters called out destinations. Engines hissed steam. Families embraced. Margaret stood still, holding her suitcase and her box of books, and looked around. A woman approached her. She was young, maybe 25, with short brown hair and wire-rimmed glasses. She wore a tweed skirt and a cardigan with leather patches on the elbows. She was smiling. "Are you Margaret Roberts?" "Yes." "I'm Dorothy Hodgkin. I'm your chemistry tutor. Welcome to Somerville." Margaret did not know then that Dorothy Hodgkin would win the Nobel Prize. She did not know that Dorothy Hodgkin would become one of the most important scientists of the 20th century. She did not know that Dorothy Hodgkin would be the first person to show her what a woman with a brilliant mind could become. She knew only that this woman was smiling at her, and that the smile seemed genuine, and that she did not know how to respond to a genuine smile from a stranger. "Thank you," she said. "Follow me," Dorothy Hodgkin said. "I'll show you your room." Margaret picked up her suitcase and her box of books and followed. The room was on the first floor of a red brick building overlooking a garden. It was small, smaller than her room above the shop, but it had a desk, a chair, a bed, a wardrobe, and a window that opened. On the desk, someone had placed a vase with a single yellow chrysanthemum. Margaret put down her suitcase. She put down her box of books. She sat on the bed. The mattress was harder than she was used to. The room smelled of floor polish and old books. She looked out the window at the garden. A gardener was raking leaves. A girl in a blue coat was walking along a gravel path. She was at Oxford. She was a student at Oxford. The grocer's daughter from Grantham was at Oxford. She did not cry. She did not smile. She took her notebook from her coat pocket and wrote, "First day at Oxford. Meet with Dr. Hodgkin at 2 p.m. Read Chapter 1 of Pauling's The Nature of the Chemical Bond before dinner." Then she opened the textbook and began to read. Chapter 10. Oxford, October 1943. 2 p.m. Dorothy Hodgkin's office was on the second floor of the chemistry building, a long room with windows on two sides and a ceiling that sloped where the roof cut across. The walls were covered with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were covered with books, papers, reprints, and small objects that Margaret did not recognize at first. Crystals, dozens of them. Some were mounted on pins, some sat in glass vials, some were simply loose on the windowsills, catching the light. They were not gemstones. They were experimental samples grown in the lab, each one a piece of data. "Sit down," Dorothy said, gesturing to a wooden chair that was already occupied by a stack of journals. Margaret moved the journals to the floor and sat. Dorothy sat behind her desk, which was not a desk so much as a horizontal surface that had been buried under paper. She cleared a small space, found a pipe, lit it, and took a long puff. The smoke curled toward the ceiling. "You're the one from Grantham," Dorothy said. "Yes." "Your entrance examination scores were the highest in the country." Margaret said nothing. She had not known that, but she was not surprised. "You also scored unusually high on the practical component. Who taught you laboratory technique?" "No one," Margaret said. "I read a book." Dorothy laughed. It was a surprising laugh, loud, unguarded, almost boyish. "You read a book, and then you performed the experiments." "Yes." "At your school?" "The school did not have a laboratory. I performed them in my bedroom." Dorothy stopped laughing. She took the pipe out of her mouth and looked at Margaret for a long moment. "In your bedroom?" "I converted the attic. My father helped me install a bench and a sink. I bought the glassware second-hand from a chemist who was retiring. The chemicals I ordered from a supplier in London. It was expensive, but I saved my pocket money for 3 years." Dorothy put her pipe down. She folded her hands on the desk. "Miss Roberts, I have been teaching at Oxford for 9 years. I have taught girls from private schools with laboratories that cost more than your father's shop. I have taught girls who had private tutors and girls who had scientist fathers, and girls who had been doing experiments since they were 5 years old. I have never taught a girl who built her own laboratory in her own attic." Margaret did not know what to say to that. She had not built the laboratory to impress anyone. She had built it because she needed it. The school had no laboratory. The public library had books but no equipment. The only way to learn chemistry was to do chemistry. So she had done it. "May I see your notes?" Dorothy asked. Margaret opened her satchel and removed a leather-bound notebook. She handed it across the desk. Dorothy opened it. She turned pages slowly. The notebook contained every experiment Margaret had performed in the attic. The hypothesis, the method, the materials, the observations, the results, the conclusions. Each entry was dated. Each entry was written in black ink, in a hand so precise that it looked almost printed. Dorothy closed the notebook. She did not hand it back immediately. She held it in her lap, looking at the cover. "You will be staying for the full 3 years," she said. It was not a question. "Yes," Margaret said. "And after that?" "After that, I will find a job in industry. I will save money. And then I will stand for Parliament." Dorothy looked up. "Parliament?" "Yes. You want to be a chemist and a politician?" "I want to be a politician. The chemistry is a means to an end." "What end?" Margaret thought about the question. She had never been asked it before. She had never asked it of herself. She knew what she wanted, to be in Parliament, to make decisions, to change things. But she had never put it into words. She had never needed to. "I want to make things work," she said finally. "The country does not work. The economy does not work. The government does not work. I want to make them work." Dorothy nodded slowly. She handed back the notebook. "Then you had better learn chemistry first. Chemistry teaches you how to think, how to design an experiment, how to control for variables, how to distinguish between a true result and an artifact, how to accept failure and try again. These are useful skills for a politician." Margaret had not thought of chemistry that way. She had thought of it as a subject, a body of knowledge, a set of facts to be memorized and applied. She had not thought of it as a way of thinking. But Dorothy was right. Chemistry was a method, and methods could be carried anywhere. "I will remember that," Margaret said. "See that you do," Dorothy said. She picked up her pipe, relit it, and opened a drawer. She removed a syllabus, typed on yellow paper, and handed it across the desk. "This is your reading for the first term. The first tutorial is on Monday at 10 a.m. Do not be late." Margaret took the syllabus. It was 3 pages long. She read the first page while standing at the desk. Week 1, Atomic Structure, Pauling, Chapters 1 to 3. Additional reading, Bragg, The Crystalline State, Debye, Polar Molecules. She had already read Pauling. She had read Bragg. She had not read Debye. She would find it in the library tonight. "Thank you, Dr. Hodgkin." "You may call me Dorothy. In private. In public, it is Dr. Hodgkin. The men will not call me Dr. Hodgkin. They will call me Miss Hodgkin. You will not make that mistake." "I will not." "Good. Now go. You have reading to do." Margaret left the office. She walked down the stairs, across the courtyard, and back to her room. She sat at the desk. She took out her fountain pen. She wrote a letter to her father. "Dear Father, I have arrived safely. My room is small but adequate. My tutor is Dr. Dorothy Hodgkin. She is a crystallographer. She seems intelligent. She has asked me to call her Dorothy in private. I will not do so. It would be unprofessional. The work is difficult but not impossible. I have already read most of the assigned texts. I will spend this evening in the library reading the remainder. Please give my love to Mother and Muriel. Your loving daughter, Margaret." She folded the letter, placed it in an envelope, addressed it to Mr. Alfred Roberts, 1 North Parade, Grantham, Lincolnshire. She would post it on her way to the library. The library was open until 10 p.m. She had 6 hours. She opened Debye's Polar Molecules and began to read. Chapter 11. Oxford, November 1943. The Dining Hall. The dining hall at Somerville was a long, narrow room with a high ceiling and windows that faced the garden. The walls were lined with portraits of former principals and distinguished alumni. Most of the faces were women. Most of the faces were white. Most of the faces looked as if they had never weighed a pound of bacon in their lives. Margaret sat at the end of a long table, as far from the high table as she could get. She had been at Oxford for 6 weeks. She had spoken to perhaps a dozen people outside of tutorials. She had made no friends. She had not tried to make friends. She had come to Oxford to work, not to socialize. But the dining hall was mandatory. Every student was required to attend dinner seated at a table with other students, in silence until the principal said grace. The food was bad. Watery soup, grey meat, boiled potatoes, lumpy custard, but the company was worse. The other girls talked about clothes, boys, parties, vacations. They talked about their families, their horses, their holidays in Scotland. Margaret had nothing to say to them. She had never owned a horse. She had never been on a holiday. She had never been to a party. Tonight a girl sat down across from her. Her name was Shirley. She was tall, blonde, pretty, and rich. Her father was a barrister. Her mother was a doctor's daughter. She had been to boarding school. She spoke with an accent that seemed to remove all the hard edges from the English language. "You're Margaret, aren't you?" Shirley said. "Yes." "The one who never speaks." Margaret said nothing. Shirley laughed. "I'm teasing. I'm Shirley. Shirley William. I'm reading economics." Margaret had heard the name. Shirley William was the daughter of Vera Brittain, the famous writer and pacifist. She was also the niece of a member of Parliament. She was connected. She was important. And she was sitting across from Margaret, smiling as if they were equals. "Where are you from?" Shirley asked. "Grantham." "Where's that?" "Lincolnshire." "Is it nice?" "No." Shirley laughed again. "You're funny." "I am not trying to be funny." "I know. That's what makes it funny." Margaret did not understand. She was not trying to be anything. She was answering questions. If the answers were funny, that was not her concern. Shirley ate her soup. Margaret ate her soup. The silence was long, but not uncomfortable, at least not for Margaret. She did not mind silence. She preferred it. "My mother is Vera Brittain," Shirley said. "The writer." "I know who your mother is." "What do you think of her?" Margaret thought about the question. Vera Brittain had written Testament of Youth, a memoir of the First World War. It was a powerful book. It was also a pacifist book. Margaret's father had read it and pronounced it sentimental. "I think she is a good writer," Margaret said carefully. But I think she is wrong about the war. The war was necessary. The Germans had to be stopped." Shirley put down her spoon. "My mother lost her fiancé, her brother, and most of her friends in the war. She watched them die. She held them as they died. And you think she is wrong about the war?" Margaret did not flinch. "I'm sorry for her losses, but the fact that she suffered does not make her right. The Germans invaded Belgium. They would have invaded France. They would have invaded Britain. The war was necessary. The suffering was regrettable, but necessary." Shirley stared at her. The other girls at the table had stopped talking. They were all looking at Margaret. She did not look away. She did not apologize. She picked up her spoon and finished her soup. "You really are something," Shirley said. "I am a person with opinions," Margaret said. "I assume you are as well." Shirley laughed. It was not a mocking laugh. It was a laugh of surprise, almost admiration. "Yes," she said, "I am. And I think you're wrong about the war. But I'd like to argue with you about it sometime. Properly. With evidence." "I would like that," Margaret said. And she meant it. Chapter 12, Oxford. December 1943. The laboratory. The chemistry laboratory at Somerville was in the basement of the main building. It was a large room, poorly lit, with long wooden benches covered in burn marks and chemical stains. The equipment was old but functional. The reagents were cheap but pure. The ventilation was inadequate. After a few hours in the lab, your eyes burned and your throat felt raw. Margaret loved it. She arrived at 7 a.m. before anyone else. She unlocked the door with a key she had persuaded the lab manager to give her. She turned on the lights. She checked her equipment. She set up her experiment. She worked in silence until 9 a.m., when the other students arrived. The other students were mostly men. Oxford had admitted women for decades, but the sciences remained overwhelmingly male. The chemistry program had 40 students. 9 were women. Margaret was one of the 9. She was also the only one who had come from a state school. The others had been to private schools. They had been educated in laboratories. They had never built their own. The men ignored her. They did not speak to her. They did not look at her. They worked at their own benches, facing away from her, as if she were not there. She did not mind. She did not need their attention. She needed their data. One day, a man named John approached her bench. He was tall, red-haired, and confident. He was also, Margaret had learned, the best chemist in the year. His experiments worked. His results were clean. His notes were precise. He was, by any measure, her equal. "You're Roberts," he said. "Yes." "I've seen your results. They're good." "Thank you." "Where did you learn to crystallize?" "I read a book." John laughed. "Everyone reads books. That doesn't mean they can crystallize." "I also practiced." "How much?" "Every night for 2 years." John stopped laughing. He looked at her bench. He looked at her notebook. He looked at her face. "You're serious?" "Yes." "Right," he said. "Well, if you ever want to collaborate, let me know." He walked away. Margaret watched him go. She did not know if he was being friendly or competitive. She did not care. She went back to her experiment. Chapter 13. Oxford, March 1944. The Union Debate. The Oxford Union was the most famous debating society in the world. It had hosted prime ministers, presidents, and princes. Its debates were reported in the national newspapers. Its officers were the future leaders of the country. Margaret had been watching the Union from a distance since her first term. She had attended debates as a spectator, sitting in the gallery taking notes. She had decided that the standard of debating was mediocre. The speakers relied on rhetoric, not evidence. They made emotional appeals, not logical arguments. They were actors, not thinkers. She decided to join. The process was simple: pay a membership fee, sign a register, attend 3 debates as a spectator, then apply for speaking rights. Margaret paid the fee. She signed the register. She attended 3 debates. She applied for speaking rights. She was granted them. Her first speech was on a motion about the post-war reconstruction of Europe. The motion was, "This House believes that the European nations should unite in a federal union after the war." Margaret was opposed. She had thought carefully about the issue. She believed that Britain was different from Europe. She believed that Britain's history, its empire, its legal system, its democratic traditions set it apart. She believed that a federal union would dilute British sovereignty. She believed that Britain should cooperate with Europe, but not merge into it. She stood at the podium. The hall was half full, maybe 200 people, mostly men, mostly in suits, mostly smoking. She was the only woman speaking that night. She spoke for 8 minutes. She did not raise her voice. She did not gesture. She stood still, looked at the audience, and made her arguments. She quoted history. She quoted law. She quoted economics. She did not quote poets or philosophers or religious texts. She quoted facts. When she finished, the audience applauded. She was surprised by the applause, as she always was. She had not spoken to be applauded. She had spoken to be understood. The motion passed anyway. The Union was full of Federalists. They believed in a United States of Europe. They believed that the nation-state was obsolete. They believed that the future belonged to supranational institutions. Margaret disagreed. She wrote her dissent in her notebook. The nation-state is not obsolete. The nation-state is the only guarantor of liberty. A European superstate will become a bureaucracy. A bureaucracy will become a tyranny. Britain must remain Britain. She kept that notebook. 45 years later, she would deliver the Bruges speech. Most of the arguments in that speech were first drafted in the Oxford Union Gallery on a winter evening in 1944, while a young woman in a tweed skirt watched young men in suits smoke cigarettes and vote for a future that would never arrive. Chapter 14. Oxford, June 1945. The election. The war in Europe was over. The Labour Party had left Churchill's coalition government. A general election had been called for July. Margaret was 20 years old. She could not vote, the voting age was 21, but she could campaign. She joined the Oxford University Conservative Association. She knocked on doors. She handed out leaflets. She attended rallies. She listened to speeches. The Conservative Party was expected to win. Churchill was a hero. The country had just defeated Nazi Germany. Surely the voters would reward the man who had led them through the war. They did not. Labour won in a landslide. Clement Attlee became Prime Minister. The country voted for nationalization, for the welfare state, for the end of the old order. The miners, the railway workers, the factory hands, they had fought the war. Now they wanted the peace to belong to them. Margaret was stunned. She had not seen it coming. She had been so certain that Churchill would win. She had believed that the British people were sensible, that they would not vote for socialism, that they understood the dangers of state control. She had been wrong. She wrote to her father, "I do not understand what has happened. The country has voted for poverty. They have voted for the very policies that have destroyed every country that has tried them. I am ashamed of my countrymen." Her father wrote back, "Do not be ashamed. Be determined. The voters will learn. It will take time, but they will learn, and when they do, they will need someone to lead them. Prepare yourself." She prepared. She read everything she could about Labour's nationalization program. She read the economics of poverty. She read the history of socialism. She read Hayek's The Road to Serfdom, which had been published the year before and which she had somehow missed. She read it in 2 nights, staying up until 3 a.m., marking passages with a red pen. She wrote in the margin of the final page, "This is the most important book I have ever read. If I ever have power, I will implement every idea in this book." She did not know then that she would have power. She did not know then that she would implement those ideas. She was 20 years old, a chemistry student at Oxford, the daughter of a grocer. She had no money, no connections, no prospects. She had only her notebooks, her convictions, and her father's voice in her head. Prepare yourself. She prepared. Chapter 15. Oxford, June 1946. The letter. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Margaret was in the laboratory running a crystallization when the porter brought it down. She recognized the handwriting immediately, her mother's. Beatrice wrote rarely, and her letters were always short. This letter was longer than usual, 3 pages. Margaret opened it while standing at her bench. "Dear Margaret, I hope this letter finds you well. The shop is busy. Your father works too hard. He will not listen to me. Perhaps he will listen to you. Write to him and tell him to rest. I am not well. The doctor says it is my kidneys. He says I have been ignoring the pain for too long. He says I need to rest. I cannot rest. There is too much to do. Do not worry about me. I will be fine. I am always fine. Your loving mother, Beatrice. Margaret read the letter twice. Then she folded it, put it in her pocket, and went back to her crystallization. She did not write to her father. She did not tell him to rest. She did not know how to tell anyone to rest. She did not know how to rest herself. Beatrice died 3 months later. November 1946. Margaret was in the library when the telegram came. She walked to the porter's lodge, accepted the telegram, opened it, read it, and walked back to her room. She sat on the bed. She did not cry. She wrote to her father, "I am sorry. I will come home for the funeral. I will stay for 3 days. Then I must return to Oxford. My examinations are in the spring." She went to the funeral. She stood in the church in the front pew, next to her father and her sister. She listened to the minister speak about Beatrice Roberts, a woman who had worked hard, asked for nothing, and received little in return. She looked at the coffin. She looked at her father. He was not crying. She was not crying. After the funeral, she walked back to the shop. She stood behind the counter. She weighed a pound of butter. She wrapped it in wax paper. She handed it to a customer. The customer said, "I'm sorry about your mother, dear." Margaret said, "Thank you." She weighed another pound of butter. On the third day, she took the train back to Oxford. She sat by the window. She watched the fields and factories slide past. She thought about her mother. She thought about the tin tub on Saturdays, the grey water, the cold. She thought about the dresses sewn by hand, the bread baked before dawn, the floor scrubbed on hands and knees. She thought about all the work her mother had done, all the work that no one had seen, all the work that had ended in a coffin and a minister's words. She thought, "I will not live like that. I will not work myself to death for no one to notice. I will be seen." The train arrived at Oxford. She walked back to Somerville. She went to the laboratory. She finished her crystallization. Chapter 16. Oxford, June 1947. The results. She did not get a first. She received a second-class honors degree. The tonsillitis had struck 3 weeks before the final examinations, leaving her with a fever of 103 and a head full of cotton wool. She had taken the exams anyway. She had refused to ask for special consideration. She had refused to tell anyone she was ill. She had sat in the examination hall, sweating, shivering, writing until her hand cramped, and she had done well enough to pass. But she had not done well enough to get a first. She walked out of the examination hall on the last day. The sun was shining. The other students were laughing, crying, embracing. Margaret stood alone on the lawn, holding her pen, looking at the ground. She had wanted a first. She had worked for a first. She had sacrificed everything for a first, and she had not gotten it. She walked to her room. She sat at her desk. She wrote a list. Reasons I did not get a first. Illness. I did not prepare adequately for the possibility of illness. I did not tell anyone I was ill, so no adjustments were made. I assumed I could overcome any obstacle through will alone. I was wrong. She stared at the list. Then she crossed out number 5 and wrote, "I was wrong to assume that will alone is sufficient. Will must be accompanied by strategy. Next time I will have a strategy." She kept the list. She looked at it often. She never made the same mistake again. Chapter 17. Colchester. 1948. The Plastics Factory. The job was at British Xylonite Plastics, a factory in Manningtree, Essex. Margaret was a research chemist. She worked in a laboratory that smelled of solvents and hot metal. She tested the viscosity of polymer solutions. She measured the tensile strength of plastic sheets. She wrote reports. She went to meetings. She ate lunch alone. She was good at the job. Her reports were clear. Her measurements were precise. Her conclusions were logical. Her boss, a man named Trevor, told her that she was the most efficient chemist he had ever supervised. He did not tell her that she was also the most isolated. He did not need to. She knew. The factory was 20 miles from Colchester, where she rented a room above a butcher's shop. The room was small, cold, and cheap. The butcher's wife cooked her dinner every night: meat, potatoes, cabbage, gravy. Margaret ate it without tasting it. She spent her evenings reading political pamphlets and attending local Conservative Party meetings. The Colchester Conservative Association met in a church hall on Tuesday nights. There were 20 members. Most were men. Most were over 50. Most had fought in the war. They welcomed Margaret politely, offered her tea, and asked her what a young woman was doing at a political meeting. She told them she wanted to help. They gave her envelopes to stuff. She stuffed envelopes for 6 months. Then she asked to speak at a meeting. The chairman, a retired army colonel named Bascom, hesitated. Women did not speak at meetings. Women made the tea. But Margaret did not make the tea. She stood by the door waiting for his answer. "Very well," Bascom said. 5 minutes, no more." She spoke for 20 minutes. She talked about the nationalization of industry. She talked about the inefficiency of state control. She talked about the need to roll back the frontiers of the state. She quoted Hayek. She quoted Adam Smith. She quoted her father. The men listened. They did not applaud. They did not interrupt. They listened. When she finished, Bascom said, "That was very informative, Miss Roberts. Thank you." Then he called for tea. Margaret sat down. She had said what she came to say. She had been heard. That was enough. Chapter 18. Dartford, 1949. The selection. The telegram arrived at the factory. Margaret was in the lab, measuring viscosity. The office boy brought the telegram on a silver tray, which was ridiculous, but the company was trying to be formal. Margaret opened the telegram. It was from the Dartford Conservative Association. "You have been shortlisted for candidature stop interview Saturday. 10 a.m. Stop, please confirm." Dartford was a Labour seat, a safe Labour seat. No Conservative had won Dartford since 1931. But that was not the point. The point was to stand. The point was to be seen. The point was to begin. She confirmed by telegram. She took the train to Dartford on Friday evening. She stayed in a boarding house on the High Street, a room smaller than her room above the butcher's shop, with a bed that sagged in the middle. She did not sleep. She reviewed her notes. She practiced her speech. She imagined the questions. The interview was held in the committee room of the Dartford Conservative Club. The room was narrow, with a portrait of Churchill on the wall and a portrait of the King on the opposite wall. The selection committee sat behind a long table, 10 men in dark suits, all over 50, all smoking. Margaret sat on a wooden chair facing them, her back straight, her hands folded in her lap. The chairman, a solicitor named Mr. Pender, opened a folder. "Miss Roberts, you are 24 years old. You are a chemist. You have never held elected office. Why should we select you as our candidate?" Margaret looked at each man in turn. She did not rush. She let the silence stretch. "Because I will win," she said. The men laughed. One of them, a fat man with a red face, said, "Win? In Dartford? My dear girl, Labour's majority is 20,000. "I am aware of the majority," Margaret said. "I am also aware that majorities can be reduced. I am not promising to win the seat in this election. I am promising to reduce the majority. And in the election after that, I will reduce it further. And in the election after that, I will win." The fat man stopped laughing. The other men stopped laughing. They looked at Mr. Pender. Mr. Pender looked at Margaret. 20 minutes, he said. "Tell us how." She told them. She talked about the housing crisis, about the need for council house sales. She talked about the unions, about the need for secret ballots. She talked about the economy, about the need for lower taxes and sound money. She talked for 20 minutes. She did not look at her notes. She did not hesitate. She did not stumble. When she finished, Mr. Pender said, "Thank you, Miss Roberts. We will inform you of our decision." She waited a week. The letter arrived on a Saturday. She opened it in her room above the butcher shop. "Dear Miss Roberts, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected as the Conservative Party candidate for the Dartford constituency. Yours sincerely, J. Pender, Chairman." She read the letter 3 times, then she walked to the telephone at the end of the hall. She dialed the operator. She gave her father's number. "Father," she said, "I've been selected." There was a pause, then, "For Dartford." "Yes." "You'll lose." "Probably. Does that matter?" "No." "Good," he said. "Then you have nothing to lose. Fight as if you will win." "I intend to," she said. She hung up. She went back to her room. She sat on the sagging bed. She looked at the letter. She was the youngest candidate in the country. She was one of a handful of women. She was standing for a seat that no Conservative had won in nearly 20 years. She had no money, no connections, no experience. She had her father's voice. She had her notebooks. She had her conviction that she was right. She opened her notebook and wrote Dartford, campaign plan, start tomorrow. Chapter 19. Dartford, February 1950. The platform. The cold was the first thing she noticed. Not the cold of Grantham, which was a clean cold, a dry cold that came off the fields and bit your cheeks. This was a wet cold, a river cold, a Thames estuary cold that seeped through her coat and her dress and her skin and settled in her bones. She stood on a wooden platform at the end of Dartford High Street, near the clock tower, with a loudspeaker borrowed from the local Conservative club, and a stack of leaflets that had been printed on the cheapest paper the party could afford. The crowd was small, 15 people, maybe 20. Most of them were party faithful, pensioners who had voted Conservative since the war, and would vote Conservative until they died. A few were curious, drawn by the novelty of a female candidate. A few were hostile, men in flat caps who stood with their arms crossed and their faces hard. Margaret looked at the hostile ones. She did not look away. She had learned that trick in the shop. The customer who stares you down is testing you. If you look away, you lose. If you hold the stare, you might still lose, but you will not lose because you flinched. She tapped the microphone. It squealed. She adjusted her position. "My name is Margaret Roberts," she said. "I am your Conservative candidate for Dartford." A man in a flat cap spat on the pavement. "I am not going to promise you things I cannot deliver," she said. "I am not going to tell you that voting for me will make you rich, or that voting for me will solve all your problems, or that voting for me will bring back the good old days. The good old days were not as good as you remember. And no politician can make you rich. Only hard work can make you rich." The hostile man uncrossed his arms. He did not uncross them because he agreed. He uncrossed them because he was listening. "The Labour Party will tell you that the state can provide. The Labour Party will tell you that if you vote for them, the government will take care of you. The government will give you a house, a job, a pension, a doctor. The government will be your father. The government will be your mother. The government will be your God." She paused. The microphone hummed. "I do not believe that. I believe that the state is a servant, not a master. I believe that the state should do for you what you cannot do for yourself, and then get out of the way. I believe that you are responsible for your own life. I believe that you are capable of more than the Labour Party thinks you are. I believe that the British people do not need a nanny. They need a chance." A woman in the back clapped. A single clap, alone in the silence, then stopped. Margaret spoke for 40 minutes. She talked about housing, about the waiting lists that stretched for years. She talked about rationing, which was still in place 5 years after the war. She talked about taxes, which took a third of every pound. She talked about the unions, which had called more strikes in the past year than in the previous decade. She did not talk down to the crowd. She did not simplify. She did not use the language of the pamphlets, the vague promises and soft words. She used the language of the shop, precise, direct, unadorned. When she finished, the hostile man in the flat cap walked toward her. She did not step back. He stopped a foot from her face. He looked at her. She looked at him. "You're not what I expected," he said. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Something softer." "I am not soft," she said. "No," he said. "You're not." He walked away. She did not know if he would vote for her. She did not think he would. But he had listened. That was enough for now. Chapter 20, Dartford, February 1950. The doorstep. The campaign lasted 4 weeks. Margaret knocked on every door in Dartford, not every door in the conservative areas, every door. The council estates where Labour majorities ran 20,000. The row houses where the men worked at the paper mill or the cement works or the railway yard. The pubs where the union men gathered after work. The shops where the women bought their bread and milk and tea. She knocked. She smiled. She said her name. She asked for their vote. Most of them said no. Some of them slammed the door. A few of them swore at her. One man, drunk at 10 in the morning, threw a cup of tea in her face. The tea was cold. She wiped her face with a handkerchief and knocked on the next door. "Do you not have feelings?" her campaign manager asked. He was a local solicitor named John Worsley, a kind man who had been assigned to her because no one else wanted the job. He drove her to canvassing events in his Morris Minor, waited in the car while she knocked, and drove her home at the end of the night. "I have feelings," she said. "I do not let them interfere with my work." "That man threw tea in your face?" "I have had worse things thrown at me. A customer once threw a jar of pickled onions at my father. The jar broke, the onions went everywhere. My father finished serving the next customer before he cleaned up the glass." Worsley looked at her. "What does that mean?" "It means that the work comes first. The work always comes first." Chapter 21, Dartford, February 23rd, 1950. Election night. The count was held in the Dartford Town Hall, a Victorian building with a high ceiling and a floor of worn stone. The tables were covered in white paper. The ballot boxes were opened one by one. The ballots were stacked, sorted, counted. The atmosphere was thick with cigarette smoke and anxiety. Margaret sat in a folding chair against the wall. She had not slept in 48 hours. She had been canvassing until midnight, then driven to a final rally in a church hall, then driven back to Dartford, then sat in the boarding house until dawn, reviewing her notes. She had eaten a sandwich at some point. She could not remember what kind. Her opponent, Norman Dodds, sat on the other side of the hall. He was a large man, a former docker, a Labour loyalist who had held the seat since 1945. He was not worried. His majority was 20,000. He could lose 10,000 votes and still win. He smoked a pipe and chatted with his agents, laughing at something one of them said. Worsley came over. "The first few boxes are open. We're doing better than expected." "How much better?" "Hard to say. But the Labour vote is down. People are staying home. And we're picking up some of the council estates." Margaret nodded. She did not allow herself to hope. Hope was a distraction. She watched the counters stack the ballots. The white paper on the tables slowly disappeared under piles of paper. The declaration came at 2 a.m. The returning officer, a gray-haired man in a black robe, stood on the platform and read the numbers in a voice that carried to every corner of the hall. "Dodds, Norman, Labour, 34,427. Pause, murmuring. Roberts, Margaret, Conservative, 24,490. A cheer went up from the Conservative side, not a large cheer, a surprise cheer. They had not expected to come that close. Labour majority, 9,937. Norman Dodds climbed to the platform. He gave a short speech thanking his supporters, promising to serve the constituency. He looked tired. He had expected a larger margin. He had expected to crush his young female opponent. He had not crushed her. He had merely beaten her. Margaret climbed to the platform. She stood at the microphone. The room was quiet. The Labour supporters were filing out. The Conservative supporters were watching her. "Thank you," she said. "We have lost tonight, but we have made a start. 10,000 votes is not 20,000. In 4 years we will make it 5,000, and in 8 years we will win. I intend to be here for that victory. I hope you will be here with me." She stepped down. Worsley was waiting. He had a glass of warm white wine in his hand. He offered it to her. She took it. She did not drink it. "That was a good speech," he said. "It was not a speech. It was a statement of fact." "Same thing in your case." She looked at him. He was smiling. She did not smile back, but she did not tell him he was wrong. Chapter 22, Dartford to Grantham, February 24th, 1950. The train. She took the train back to Grantham the next morning. She had not told her father she was coming. She wanted to surprise him. She also wanted to see his face when she told him the result. She wanted to see if he would be proud. The train was empty. She sat by the window watching the fields and factories slide past. She had lost by 10,000 votes, but she had reduced the majority. She had proved that a young woman from nowhere could stand in a safe Labour seat and take votes from a Labour incumbent. She had proved that she could fight. She arrived at Grantham station at 1 p.m. She walked from the station to the shop. The high street looked the same shops, the same soot, the same grey sky. The door of Roberts and Son was open. She walked in. Her father was behind the counter, weighing cheese. He looked up. He did not smile. He did not say hello. "Well," he said, "I lost." "I know, I read the paper. The majority was 10,000. I read that too." She stood on the customer side of the counter. He stood on the shop side. The cheese sat on the scale between them. "I reduced the majority," she said. "You did. I am going to stand again." "I know." "In 4 years." "I know." She waited. He waited. The scale balanced, he said. "The lady wants a pound of cheddar. Are you going to wrap it, or are you going to stand there?" Margaret walked around the counter. She took the cheese. She wrapped it in wax paper. She handed it to the customer. The customer, an old woman in a flowered hat, looked at Margaret and said, "I saw your picture in the paper. You did very well, dear." "Thank you," Margaret said. The old woman left. Margaret stood behind the counter. Her father stood beside her. The shop was empty. "Father," she said, "Margaret, I am going to win next time. You are going to try. I am going to win." He looked at her. His face was the same face she had seen in the Anderson shelter, the face that showed nothing. But his eyes were different. His eyes were bright. "Then you had better get back to work," he said. She put on an apron. She weighed butter. She sliced ham. She wrapped cheese. She made change. She said thank you and good afternoon and come again. She worked until 8 o'clock when her father locked the door and turned the sign to closed. They ate dinner in the kitchen. Muriel was there. She had married a man named Peter and moved to a house on the other side of town. She talked about her garden, her husband, her plans for the summer. Margaret listened. She did not talk. She ate her potatoes. She drank her tea. After dinner, she went upstairs. Her old room was the same, the narrow bed, The rag rug, the wooden crucifix, the shelf of books. She sat on the bed. She looked out the window at the high street. The street lights were on. The shops were closed. The town was quiet. She opened her notebook. She wrote, Dartford, next election, strategy, more canvassing, every door, twice, better leaflets, brighter, more personal, speak to women. Labour takes women for granted. Take them back, reduce majority to 5,000. She closed the notebook. She lay down on the bed. She did not sleep. She stared at the ceiling and thought about the 10,000 votes she had lost. She thought about each one. She thought about what she could have said, what she could have done to turn those no's into yeses. She would find out. She would knock on every door again. She would ask again. She would not stop asking until the answer changed. Chapter 23. Dartford. October 1951. The second election. The second election came faster than anyone expected. Labour's majority was tiny, unstable, crumbling. The Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, called a snap election for October. Margaret had been preparing for 2 years. She had knocked on every door in Dartford twice. She had spoken at every church hall, every women's institute, every Rotary Club. She had written letters to every newspaper. She had made herself a nuisance, a presence, a fact of political life in Dartford. She was not the only one who had been preparing. Norman Dodds, her Labour opponent, had been campaigning too. He had been visiting the council estates, shaking hands, kissing babies, promising more houses, more hospitals, more schools. He was a good campaigner. He was well liked. He was also tired. He had been in Parliament for 6 years. He had seen the cracks forming in the Labour government. He had seen the party tearing itself apart over austerity, over rearmament, over the question of how to pay for the welfare state. He did not believe he would lose, but he was not certain he would win. The campaign lasted 3 weeks. Margaret knocked on every door again. She slept 4 hours a night. She ate sandwiches in the car. She spoke until her voice cracked. She smiled until her cheeks ached. She also did something new. She asked women to vote for her, not as an afterthought, not as a gesture. She made it the center of her campaign. The Labour Party assumes your vote, she said at a meeting of the Dartford Women's Institute. They assume that because you are women, you will vote for the party of the welfare state. They assume that you want the government to provide for you. They assume that you are grateful. They assume that you are weak. The women in the audience sat still. They were not weak. They had kept their families alive through the war. They had stood in queues for hours to buy a pound of bacon. They had patched clothes, stretched meals, made do with less. They were not weak. They were tired of being told they were weak. I do not assume your vote, Margaret said. I ask for it. I ask you to vote for me because I will treat you as equals. I ask you to vote for me because I will not promise you things I cannot deliver. I ask you to vote for me because I believe that you are capable of building your own lives without the government's permission. The women applauded, not all of them. Some of them walked out, but enough of them applauded. Enough of them listened. On election night, Margaret sat in the same folding chair against the same wall of the same town hall. The counting took longer this time. The turnout was higher. The ballots piled up on the white paper. Worsley came over. It's close. How close? Too close to call. She waited. The returning officer climbed to the platform at 3 a.m. The room went silent. Dodds, Norman, Labour, 32,603. Pause. Roberts, Margaret, Conservative, 27,960. Pause. Labour majority, 4,643. The Conservative supporters cheered. They were not cheering because she had won. They were cheering because she had cut the majority in half. 4,000 votes, from 20,000 to 10,000 to 4,000. In 2 elections against a popular incumbent in a safe Labour seat. Norman Dodds gave his speech. He did not look tired this time. He looked frightened. He had seen the numbers. He knew what they meant. He knew that if she stood again, he would lose. Margaret climbed to the platform. She looked at the crowd. She saw Worsley smiling. She saw the Conservative agents clapping. She saw the Labour supporters filing out in silence. "Thank you," she said. "We have not won tonight, but we have shown that Dartford is not a safe Labour seat. It is a marginal seat, and in the next election it will be a Conservative seat. I intend to be the one who wins it." She stepped down. Worsley handed her a glass of wine. This time she drank it. Chapter 24, Dartford, December 1951. The party, the Conservative Party's Christmas party, was held in the Dartford Conservative Club, the same room where she had been interviewed 2 years earlier. The portrait of Churchill still hung on the wall. The portrait of the King still hung opposite. The same men sat in the same chairs, smoking the same cigarettes, drinking the same whiskey. Margaret stood by the window holding a glass of lemonade. She did not drink alcohol. She had tried it once at Oxford and had not liked the loss of control. She drank lemonade. It was safe. It was sharp. It was her. A man approached her. He was tall, 50-ish, with silver hair and a face that looked like it had been used hard. He had a glass of whiskey in one hand and a cigarette in the other. He was not wearing a tie. No one had ever seen him in a tie. "Margaret Roberts," he said. "Yes." "Dennis Thatcher." He did not offer his hand. His hands were full. He nodded instead. She nodded back. "You did well in the election," he said. "I did not win." "You cut the majority. That's winning in my book." She looked at him. He was not flattering her. He was not flirting with her. He was stating an opinion. She appreciated that. "What do you do, Mr. Thatcher?" "Dennis, I run a business, paint and lubricants, family company. Been in the family for 50 years. Do you enjoy it?" "I enjoy making money. The paint is neither here nor there." She almost smiled. Almost, he noticed. "Can I get you a drink?" he asked. "I have a drink." "You have lemonade. That's not a drink. That's a punishment." "I do not drink alcohol." "Good. Neither should I, but I do." He raised his glass. "To losing." "To losing?" "To losing. It builds character, and it gives you something to think about on the long winter nights." She did not know what to make of him. He was not like the other men in the room. He was not trying to impress her. He was not trying to manage her. He was not trying to put her in a box marked woman candidate. He was simply standing there drinking whiskey, saying what he thought. "Would you like to have dinner sometime?" he asked. "Why?" "Because I'm lonely, and you look lonely, and 2 lonely people having dinner is better than 2 lonely people eating alone." She considered this. It was not a romantic proposition. It was not a political proposition. It was a practical proposition. 2 people eating dinner. That was all. "All right," she said. He gave her his card. She put it in her bag. She did not look at it until she got home. Dennis Thatcher, Managing Director, Atlas Preservatives, telephone number, Dartford 427. She put the card in her drawer. She did not call him for 3 weeks. She was busy. She had a campaign to plan. She had a party to build. She had a country to save. But she thought about him. She thought about the way he had said "to losing." She thought about the way he had not tried to impress her. She thought about the way he had looked at her, not as a woman, not as a candidate, but as a person. She called him on a Tuesday night. He answered on the 2nd ring. "Dinner," she said. "Tomorrow. I'll pick you up at 7. "How do you know where I live?" I asked. He picked her up at 7. He was driving a Jaguar. She got in. He drove her to a restaurant on the river. They ate fish. He talked about his business, his war service, his first marriage, which had ended in divorce. She talked about the shop, her father, her campaigns. They did not talk about politics. They talked about everything else. He drove her home at 11. He walked her to the door. "Good night, Margaret." "Good night, Dennis." He did not try to kiss her. He did not try to hold her hand. He turned and walked back to the Jaguar. She watched him drive away. She stood in the doorway for a long time, looking at the empty street. She went inside. She sat on her bed. She opened her notebook. She wrote, "Dennis Thatcher, possible husband." Then she crossed it out. Then she wrote it again. Chapter 25, Dartford to London. December 1951. The proposal. He did not propose at dinner. He did not propose over the telephone. He did not propose in writing. Dennis Thatcher was not a man for grand gestures. He proposed in the car, parked outside her boarding house on a cold night in December, with the engine running and the heater blowing warm air across her feet. "I think we should get married," he said. Margaret looked at him. The dashboard lights cast his face in green. He was not smiling. He was not nervous. He was stating a fact. "I am not sure I am the marrying kind," she said. "You're not. Neither am I, but here we are." She turned away from him. She looked out the window at the dark street. A cat crossed the pavement. A street light flickered. She thought about her mother. She thought about her mother's life, the work, the silence, the coffin. "I will not give up politics," she said. "I'm not asking you to. I will not stay home. I'm not asking you to. I will not have children right away, perhaps not at all." Dennis was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I've already had children. I don't need more. But if you want them, we'll have them. And if you don't, we won't. It's your body, your choice." She turned back to face him. "Why do you want to marry me?" He thought about the question. He did not answer quickly. He was not a man who answered quickly. "Because you're the most interesting person I've ever met," he said. "Because you don't need me. Because you don't want my money. Because you don't pretend to be something you're not. Because you're difficult. Because you're stubborn. Because you're not afraid of anything. Because when I'm with you, I'm not afraid either." She had never heard anyone describe her that way. She had been described as clever, diligent, hard-working, ambitious, cold. She had never been described as interesting. She had never been described as someone who made another person less afraid. "All right," she said. "All right? Yes, I will marry you." He nodded. He turned off the engine. He sat in the silence. The heater ticked as it cooled. "Good," he said. "I'll make the arrangements." He did not kiss her. He walked her to the door. He said good night. He drove away. She went inside. She sat on her bed. She took out her notebook. She wrote, "Engaged to Dennis Thatcher. Wedding to be arranged. Do not let it interfere with the campaign." She underlined, "Do not let it interfere with the campaign." Then she put down the notebook. She lay back on the bed. She stared at the ceiling. She was going to be married. She was going to be Mrs. Thatcher. She was going to have a partner, a home, a life that was not entirely her own. She did not know how to feel about that. She decided not to feel anything about it. She decided to treat it as a logistical problem. Venue, guest list, dress, honeymoon, and then back to work. She closed her eyes. She did not dream. Chapter 26, London. December 13th, 1951. The wedding. The wedding was held at Wesley's Chapel in London, a Methodist church on City Road, built by John Wesley himself in the 18th century. Alfred had chosen the church. He had visited it once as a young man, and had never forgotten the simplicity of it. No statues, no stained glass, no crosses, Just a plain room with plain pews and a plain pulpit. Wesley would have approved. Margaret wore a blue velvet dress, not white. White was for virgins and brides who wanted to pretend they were virgins. She was neither. She was a woman of 26, a two-time parliamentary candidate, a chemist, a politician. She would not pretend to be something she was not. She wore blue. Blue was her color. Blue was the color of the Conservative Party. Blue was the color of certainty. Dennis wore a morning suit. He looked uncomfortable in it. He was a man who wore suits to work and sweaters at home. A morning suit was a costume. He wore it anyway. He stood at the altar, waiting for her, his hands clasped behind his back. Alfred walked her down the aisle. He did not hold her arm. He walked beside her, their shoulders almost touching, their steps matched. The aisle was short. The walk was quiet. "Father," she said without looking at him. "Margaret, thank you." "For what?" "For everything." He said nothing. They reached the altar. He stepped back. He sat in the front pew next to Muriel. Beatrice's pew was empty. Beatrice's pew would always be empty. The minister spoke. Margaret listened. She had heard these words before, at other weddings in this same chapel. They were old words. They had been spoken for centuries. They meant something. She was not sure what, but she listened. "Do you, Dennis, take this woman to be your wedded wife?" "I do." "Do you, Margaret, take this man to be your wedded husband?" "I do." She said the words clearly. She did not whisper. She did not cry. She said them as if she were answering a question in Parliament. The minister pronounced them husband and wife. Dennis kissed her on the cheek. She did not kiss him back. She did not know how. She would learn, slowly, imperfectly. But she would learn. The reception was held in a hotel near the chapel. There were 50 guests. Most were Dennis's friends and business associates. A few were Margaret's political contacts. Her father sat in a corner, drinking tea, watching. Muriel sat beside him, talking about her garden. Dennis's mother, Beatrice? No. Dennis's mother was also named Beatrice. 2 Beatrices, both dead. The coincidence meant nothing. Or it meant everything. Margaret did not have time to decide. She cut the cake. She made a short speech. She thanked the guests for coming. She said she looked forward to serving Dartford in the next election. Dennis stood beside her, holding a glass of champagne, smiling. He looked happy. She did not know if she looked happy. She did not know if she was happy. She was married. That was a fact. Facts did not require happiness. The honeymoon was in Portugal. Dennis had chosen it. Portugal was warm in December. Portugal was also a dictatorship, ruled by Antonio de Oliveira Salazar, a man who had kept his country out of the war by playing both sides, a man who believed in order, tradition, and the Catholic Church. Margaret did not approve of Salazar, but she approved of the son. They stayed in a hotel in Estoril, a seaside town west of Lisbon. The hotel was grand, with white walls and red tile roofs and gardens that sloped down to the sea. Dennis played golf. Margaret read. She had brought a suitcase full of political pamphlets and economic treatises. She read them on the beach. She read them by the pool. She read them in bed, while Dennis slept. On the 3rd day, Dennis took her to dinner. The restaurant was on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic. The sun was setting. The sky was orange and pink and purple. The sea was black. Dennis reached across the table and took her hand. She let him. "Margaret," he said. "Dennis, you're not on holiday." "I am on holiday." "You're reading political pamphlets on the beach. That's not a holiday." "This is my holiday. This is how I relax." He looked at her. She looked at him. The sun sank below the horizon. The sky darkened. "All right," he said, "but tomorrow no pamphlets. Tomorrow we walk on the beach. We hold hands. We talk about things that are not politics. What things? I don't know. That's the point. We'll find out. She did not promise. But the next day she left the pamphlets in the hotel room. She walked on the beach with Dennis. They held hands. They talked about the war. They talked about his father, who had died when Dennis was young. They talked about her mother, who had died without ever saying she loved her. They did not solve anything. They did not need to. They walked. They held hands. They watched the waves. She had never walked on a beach holding hands with anyone. She had never had time. She had never thought it mattered. She was not sure it mattered now. But it was not unpleasant. That was something. Chapter 27, London, 1952. The Flat. The flat was in Chelsea, on Flood Street, a narrow 3-story building that Dennis had bought as an investment. The flat was on the first floor, a living room, a kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom. It was small. It was expensive. It was theirs. Margaret moved her books into the living room. She lined them on the shelves by subject: politics, economics, history, chemistry. She placed her father's photograph on the mantel. She placed her mother's Bible on the side table. She hung a print of the Houses of Parliament above the desk. Dennis watched her arrange the flat. He did not help. He knew better. He sat in an armchair reading the Financial Times, occasionally looking up to see where she had put something. "You're nesting," he said. "I am organizing." Same thing. It is not the same thing. Nesting is emotional. Organizing is practical. He folded his newspaper. "Margaret, we're married. You're allowed to be emotional. I won't tell anyone." She stopped arranging. She stood in the middle of the living room holding a stack of books, looking at him. He was smiling, not mocking, not pitying, just smiling. "I do not know how," she said, "how to be emotional." "Yes. Then we'll learn together." He stood up. He walked over to her. He took the stack of books from her hands and placed them on the shelf. "There. Organized. Now, come sit down. The news is on. There's been a strike somewhere." She sat down beside him on the sofa. He put his arm around her. She leaned into him. Not much, just a little, just enough. The television crackled. The newsreader spoke about a railway strike in the north. Margaret listened. She made mental notes. She would need to study the strike, the union's demands, the government's response. She would need to form an opinion. She would need to be ready to speak about it at the next Conservative Association meeting. But first she sat. She leaned into her husband. She watched the news. She did not take notes. She did not make a list. That was something. Chapter 28, London, 1953. The twins. The pregnancy was not planned. Margaret had told Dennis that she did not want children, or at least not yet. But her body had decided otherwise. She was 37 years old. The doctors called it a geriatric pregnancy. They warned her of risks. They advised bed rest. She ignored them. She continued working. She continued attending Conservative Association meetings. She continued studying for the bar. She had decided to become a lawyer, not because she wanted to practice law, because she wanted to understand the law. Because she wanted to be able to draft legislation, to understand the loopholes, to argue cases if necessary. Because she wanted to be prepared. She was 6 months pregnant when she sat for the bar examination. She wore a loose dress to hide her belly. She did not tell the examiners she was pregnant. She did not tell anyone. She sat in the examination hall for 6 hours, answering questions about contract law, tort law, criminal law, property law. She finished early. She checked her answers twice. She left. She passed. She was called to the bar. She never practiced. But she kept the certificate. She framed it. She hung it in her study. The The twins were born on August 15th, 1953, 6 weeks premature. They were small, red, wrinkled, and screaming. A boy and a girl, Mark and Carol. Dennis was in the delivery room. He held her hand. She squeezed it so hard that he later found bruises. "You did it," he said. "We did it," she said. She looked at the babies. They were hers. She had made them. She had carried them. She had pushed them into the world. Now they were here screaming, demanding, needing. She did not know what to do with them. She had never held a baby before. She had never changed a nappy. She had never fed a child. She had been too busy. She had been preparing for Parliament, for the bar, for the future. She had not prepared for this. Dennis saw the look on her face. He said, "We'll get help." What kind of help? A nanny, a housekeeper, someone who knows what they're doing. Can we afford it? We can afford it. She nodded. She looked at the babies. They were still screaming. She reached out and touched Carol's cheek. The baby stopped screaming. She opened her eyes. She looked at Margaret. Margaret looked at her. "Hello," Margaret said. The baby did not answer. The baby screamed again. Margaret handed Carol to Dennis. He held the baby awkwardly as if she were a package that might break. The baby screamed louder. "We need that nanny," Dennis said. "Yes," Margaret said. "We do." Chapter 29, London, 1954. The Nanny. Her name was Betty. She was 50 years old, from Newcastle, a widow with no children of her own. She had been a nanny for 20 years. She had raised 12 children, all of them now grown. She knew how to change a nappy, how to prepare a bottle, how to soothe a cry, how to tell the difference between hunger and fatigue and illness and fear. Margaret interviewed her in the living room of the Flood Street flat. Betty sat on the sofa, her hands folded in her lap, her back straight. She was wearing a gray dress and a white apron. Her hair was gray, pulled back in a bun. She looked like a woman who had seen everything and was not impressed by anything. "How much do you charge?" Margaret asked. 6 guineas a week, plus room and board." "That is expensive." "I am worth it." Margaret looked at her. Betty looked back. Neither blinked. "When can you start?" "Tomorrow." "Good. The children are in the nursery. The nursery is the 2nd bedroom. You will sleep in the 3rd bedroom. Dennis and I sleep in the main bedroom. You will not disturb us at night unless it is an emergency." "What counts as an emergency?" "Blood, fire, death." "Not crying." "Crying is not an emergency." Betty nodded. "I'll see myself out." She stood up. She walked to the door. She turned. "Mrs. Thatcher." "Yes." "You love your children?" It was not a question. "Yes," Margaret said. "But you don't like them." Margaret said nothing. Betty nodded. "That's all right. I'll like them for you." She left. Margaret stood in the living room, alone, listening to the babies cry in the nursery. She walked to the door of the nursery. She stood outside the door. She did not open it. She had work to do. There was a by-election in a nearby constituency. The Conservative candidate had asked her to speak. She had a speech to write. She had a train to catch. She walked to her study. She closed the door. She sat at her desk. She opened her notebook. The babies cried. She wrote. Chapter 30, London, 1955. The election. The general election of 1955 came sooner than expected. Anthony Eden had replaced Churchill as Prime Minister. Eden was handsome, elegant, experienced. He was also vain, indecisive, and dangerously ill. But in 1955, none of that was known. In 1955, Eden was a hero. He called an election for May. The Conservatives were expected to win. Margaret was not yet in Parliament. She had not found a seat. She had been searching for 3 years, writing letters, attending selection conferences, interviewing with constituency associations. She had been rejected 6 times. The reasons varied. She was a woman. She was too young. She was too old. She was too educated. She was not educated enough. She was married. Her husband was divorced. She had young children. She should be at home with her young children. She did not argue. She did not protest. She thanked each committee for their time, packed her papers, and moved on. She learned something from each rejection. She kept a list. Reasons for rejection. Woman. Cannot change. Ignore. Young. Will age. Wait. Old. Not true. Ignore. Too educated. Not true. Ignore. Not educated enough. Not true. Ignore. Married. Irrelevant. Husband divorced. Cannot change. Ignore. Young children. Cannot change. Work around. She circled number 8. Young children. Cannot change. Work around. She worked around. She hired Betty. She hired a second nanny, a night nurse, a cook. She turned the Flood Street flat into a machine. The children were fed, bathed, dressed, and put to bed according to a schedule that Margaret had written herself. The schedule was precise. The schedule did not vary. The schedule allowed Margaret to work from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., with breaks for meals and 1 hour with the children in the evening. She did not play with the children. She did not know how to play. She sat with them while they played. She watched them. She talked to them. She told them about her day. They did not understand. They were 2 years old. They did not need to understand. They needed to know that she was there. She was not always there. She missed meals. She missed bedtimes. She missed birthdays. She told herself that it did not matter. The children were too young to remember. They would not remember that she was gone. They would remember that she was there when it mattered. She was wrong. They would remember. But she did not know that yet. Chapter 31. London. 1956. The Suez Crisis. The telephone rang at 3 a.m. Margaret answered it. She had been sleeping lightly, as she always did, her mind half awake, ready for the call. Dennis stirred beside her, then settled back into sleep. He had learned not to ask. Mrs. Thatcher, this is the constituency chairman for Orpington. We have an opening. The sitting member has resigned. The by-election is in 6 weeks. We would like you to be our candidate. Orpington was a safe Conservative seat. The majority was 15,000. The winner of this election would almost certainly win the election. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. I will come for the interview, she said. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. She hung up. She lay in the dark. Dennis was snoring. The twins were sleeping. The flat was quiet. She did not sleep. She went to the study. She turned on the light. She sat at the desk. She opened her notebook. Orpington. Strategy. Emphasize local issues. Housing, roads, schools. Do not mention Suez. Suez is a disaster. The party is divided. Keep distance. Do not mention Eden. Eden is finished. Everyone knows. No need to say. Focus on the future. The future is Conservative. She closed the notebook. She looked at the clock. It was 4 a.m. She had 3 hours before the children woke. She put her head down on the desk. She closed her eyes. She did not sleep. She rested. There was a difference. Chapter 32. Orpington, March, 1956. The selection. The interview was held in the Orpington Conservative Club, a low brick building on the High Street. The room was larger than Dartford's, with the stage at one end and a portrait of the Queen where the portrait of the King had been. The selection committee was 20 people, half men, half women. Margaret had never seen so many women on a selection committee. This was a good sign. She gave her speech. She answered questions for an hour. She did not mention Suez. She did not mention Eden. She talked about housing, roads, schools, taxes, the unions. She talked about the need for a new generation of conservative MPs, people who had not grown up in the shadow of the war, people who understood that the future would be different from the past. The committee voted. She won on the second ballot. She was the candidate for Orpington. She called Dennis from a phone box on the high street. It was raining. The phone box smelled of old cigarettes and wet wool. "I've been selected," she said. "Well done," he said. "When's the election?" "6 weeks." "I'll book the hall." "Book 2 halls. We're going to win." "Of course we are." She hung up. She stood in the phone box, watching the rain run down the glass. She was 40 years old. She had been trying to get into Parliament for 6 years. She had lost 2 elections. She had been rejected by 6 constituency associations. She had been told she was too young, too old, too female, too motherly, not motherly enough. She had not stopped. She had not stopped because she could not stop. She did not know how to stop. Her father had not taught her how to stop. He had taught her how to work. She stepped out of the phone box. The rain fell on her face. She did not put up her umbrella. She walked to the station. She caught the train home. Chapter 33. Orpington, April 1956, the by-election. The campaign lasted 6 weeks. Margaret knocked on every door in Orpington. There were 40,000 doors. She knocked on 40,000 doors. She did not knock on every door herself. She had volunteers, hundreds of them, housewives and shopkeepers and retired officers, who had volunteered because they wanted to be part of something new, but she knocked on enough of them. She knocked until her knuckles bled. She wore gloves after the first week. The gloves did not help. She spoke at every public meeting. She spoke in church halls, school auditoriums, pub back rooms, factory canteens. She spoke to the Rotary Club, the Women's Institute, the Chamber of Commerce, the Young Conservatives. She spoke at dawn to workers arriving at the cement factory. She spoke at midnight to nurses coming off the late shift. She spoke until her voice cracked. She drank tea with honey. She spoke again. The issue was Suez. Everyone wanted to talk about Suez. The Prime Minister, Anthony Eden, had made a catastrophic decision. He had colluded with France and Israel to invade Egypt after President Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal. The invasion had failed. The United States had condemned it. The United Nations had condemned it. The Soviet Union had threatened to intervene. Eden had been forced to withdraw. He was humiliated. He was broken. He would resign within the year. Margaret did not want to talk about Suez. She wanted to talk about housing, taxes, the unions. But the voters wanted to talk about Suez. They were angry. They were ashamed. They had been told that Britain was a great power, that Britain could act alone, that Britain did not need American permission. They had been lied to. At a meeting in a church hall in Green Street Green, a man stood up. He was in his 60s, wearing a demob suit that had been patched at the elbows. His hands were thick, calloused, the hands of a man who had worked in a factory for 40 years. "Mrs. Thatcher," he said, "what do you have to say about Suez?" Margaret looked at him. She looked at the room. 50 people, all of them watching. All of them waiting. Suez was a failure of leadership, she said, not a failure of Britain. Britain remains a great power. But great powers sometimes make mistakes. The mistake was not in trying to protect our interests. The mistake was in trying to do so without ensuring the support of our allies. We will not make that mistake again. The man nodded. He sat down. He did not applaud. He did not need to. He had heard what he needed to hear. She had not defended Eden. She had not attacked him. She had stated a fact. The fact was acceptable. After the meeting, her campaign manager, a retired colonel named Penrose, took her aside. "That was risky," he said, "talking about failure of leadership. Eden is still Prime Minister." "Eden will not be Prime Minister next month," she said. You don't know that. I know it. She walked away. Penrose watched her go. He had been in politics for 30 years. He had never met anyone like her. Chapter 34. Orpington, June the 7th, 1956, election night. The count was held in the Orpington Town Hall, a modern building with large windows and a floor of polished concrete. The ballot boxes arrived at 10 p.m. The counting began at midnight. Margaret sat in a folding chair against the wall, as she had sat in Dartford 6 years earlier. But this time she was not alone. Dennis sat beside her. He held her hand. She let him. The results came in slowly. Orpington was a safe seat. The Conservative majority was 15,000. The only question was whether the majority would hold. Labour had run a strong campaign. The Liberal candidate was popular locally. There was talk of a swing. At 2 a.m., the returning officer climbed to the platform. The room went silent. Thatcher, Margaret, Conservative, 29,871. A cheer, a large cheer. She had won. Labour, 17,423. Another cheer, smaller, polite. Liberal, 9,215. The returning officer paused. He adjusted his spectacles. Conservative majority, 12,448. The room exploded. The Conservative supporters were on their feet. Dennis stood up. He pulled Margaret to her feet. He put his arms around her. She stood stiffly for a moment, then relaxed. Just a little, just enough. You did it, he said. We did it, she said. She climbed to the platform. She stood at the microphone. She looked at the crowd. She saw Penrose smiling. She saw the volunteers, the housewives and shopkeepers who had knocked on doors and stuffed envelopes. She saw Dennis, standing at the back, his hands in his pockets, watching her. Thank you, she said. I will not make you a speech. I have made enough speeches. I will simply say this. I will serve you. I will work for you. I will not rest. I will not stop. I will not forget that you have trusted me. I will earn that trust every day for as long as you allow me to serve. She stepped down. Penrose handed her a glass of champagne. She took it. She drank it. The bubbles burned her throat. She did not mind. Dennis put his arm around her. She leaned into him. The crowd cheered. The cameras flashed. She was Margaret Thatcher. She was 40 years old. She was a mother of twins. She was a research chemist. She was a barrister. She was a member of Parliament. She was ready. Chapter 35. London, July 1956, the first day. The House of Commons is not a beautiful building. It is a Victorian Gothic confection, all spires and pinnacles and pointed arches, designed by Charles Barry and Augustus Pugin to look like a medieval palace. It is dark, cramped, and labyrinthine. The corridors are narrow. The ceilings are low. The air smells of old stone, old paper, and old tobacco. Margaret walked through the members' lobby on her first day. The lobby is a large hall, octagonal, with a statue of Winston Churchill in the center, and benches along the walls where members sit to wait for votes. The floor is black and white stone. The walls are lined with portraits of former prime ministers. She stopped in front of Churchill's statue. She looked at it. He was larger than life, carved in stone, his hand on his hip, his jaw set. She had never met him. She would never meet him. He was dying slowly in his house in Hyde Park Gate, but she had read his speeches. She had memorized his words. She had modeled herself on his example. She did not pray. She did not speak. She stood for a moment looking at the statue. Then she walked on. The chamber is long and narrow, with green benches on either side and a speaker's chair at one end. The government sits on the right of the speaker, the opposition on the left. The benches are arranged in rows, rising slightly toward the back. There are no desks. Members sit shoulder to shoulder, their papers on their laps, their feet on the floor. Margaret found her seat. It was on the government side, 3 rows back, near the aisle. The seat was narrow, hard, and unforgiving. She sat down. She placed her handbag on the floor beside her. She placed her notes on her lap. She looked around. The men around her were not looking at her. They were looking at their own notes, at the speaker, at the ceiling. They were not looking at her, but she knew they were aware of her. She was one of 25 women in a chamber of 630 men. She was impossible to miss. The speaker called the first question. The Prime Minister, Anthony Eden, rose to answer. He looked ill. His face was grey. His hands trembled. He spoke in a thin voice, barely audible. He was answering questions about Suez, about the withdrawal, about the damage to Britain's reputation. He did not answer well. He evaded, deflected, apologized. Margaret watched him. She listened. She made notes in the margin of her order paper. Eden is finished. The party needs a new leader. The country needs a new direction. She did not say this aloud. She did not need to. Everyone knew. Chapter 36, London. October 1956. The Maiden Speech. A maiden speech is a tradition. A new member stands in the chamber, addresses the speaker, and speaks for the first time. The speech is supposed to be uncontroversial. It is supposed to be polite. It is supposed to introduce the member to the House without offending anyone. Margaret had written her maiden speech on the train from Orpington to London. She had rewritten it 20 times. She had practiced it in the mirror, in the bath, in the car. She had rehearsed it while cooking dinner, while putting the children to bed, while lying awake at night. The speech was about the need for more affordable housing. It was a safe topic. It was a local issue. It was not controversial. But she had found a way to make it political. The government has a duty to ensure that every family has a decent home, she said. But the government cannot build every home. The government cannot pay for every home. The government cannot maintain every home. That is the responsibility of the individual. The government's role is to enable, not to provide, to encourage, not to command, to free, not to control. The House listened. The benches were half full. The members who were present paid attention. They had heard many maiden speeches. Most were forgettable. This one was not. When she finished, a senior member stood up. He was a man named Bob Boothby, a flamboyant, controversial figure who had been in Parliament since 1924. He was not known for praising newcomers. "That was a remarkable speech," he said. "The Honourable Lady has not merely spoken well. She has shown that she understands something that many members never understand. She understands that politics is not about managing decline. It is about reversing it." Margaret nodded. She did not smile. She sat down. She placed her notes in her handbag. She listened to the next speaker. Chapter 37, London. January 1957. The resignation. Eden resigned on January 9th, 1957. He was broken. Suez had destroyed him. He flew to Jamaica to recover, leaving the party without a leader, the country without a prime minister. The Conservative Party had to choose a successor. The obvious candidate was Harold Macmillan, a veteran politician who had served as Foreign Secretary and Chancellor of the Exchequer. Macmillan was clever, cynical, and ambitious. He was also old. He was 62. He had fought in the First World War. He had been wounded at the Somme. He had seen everything. Margaret watched the leadership contest from the back benches. She was not involved. She was a new member. She had no influence, but she had opinions. Macmillan was chosen. He became Prime Minister. He gave a speech that night, standing on the steps of Number 10. He said, "Let us be frank about it. Most of our people have never had it so good." Margaret heard the speech on the radio. She was in her study working on a bill about food rationing. She stopped writing. She listened. Never had it so good. She did not believe it. The country was still rationed. The economy was still weak. The unions were still powerful. The empire was still crumbling. Macmillan was pretending that everything was fine. She did not pretend. She never pretended. She went back to work. Chapter 38, London, 1959, the second election. Macmillan called an election for October 1959. The economy was improving. The Conservatives were popular. The slogan was, "Life's better under the Conservatives. Don't let Labour ruin it." Margaret campaigned in Orpington. She knocked on doors. She spoke at meetings. She shook hands. She kissed babies. She smiled until her cheeks ached. She was good at it now. She had learned. She had practiced. She had become a performer. On election night, she sat in the town hall. Dennis sat beside her. The results came in. She held her seat. The majority increased. The Conservatives won the election. Macmillan remained Prime Minister. Margaret was safe. She was established. She was no longer a novelty. She was a Conservative MP with a safe seat and a growing reputation. She was 44 years old. She had been in Parliament for 3 years. She had spoken on housing, on pensions, on taxation, on the unions. She had made herself heard. She had also made herself useful. She had joined the backbench committees. She had studied the issues. She had written briefings for senior members. She had made herself indispensable. The question was, what next? Chapter 39, London, 1960. The Minister. She was not a minister. She was a junior minister. The lowest rung. The Ministry of Pensions and National Insurance. She was responsible for pensions, for widows' benefits, for disability allowances. It was not glamorous. It was not powerful. It was a job, a real job, a job that would teach her how government worked. Her boss was John Boyd Carpenter, the Minister of Pensions. He was a kind man, patient, experienced. He gave her a portfolio of responsibilities. She studied them. She learned them. She mastered them. She also learned how the civil service worked. She learned that civil servants were not neutral. They had opinions. They had agendas. They had ways of slowing down things they did not like and speeding up things they did. She learned to read their briefings carefully, to question their assumptions, to demand evidence. She learned to say no. She learned to say no politely, firmly, without apology. She learned that no was the most powerful word in the English language. Her first piece of legislation was the National Insurance Act of 1960. It was a small bill, technical, unglamorous. It increased benefits for widows and pensioners. It passed without controversy. It became law. Margaret had written large parts of it herself. She had drafted the clauses, argued for them in committee, defended them on the floor of the House. She was a legislator now. She had made a law. It was not a great law. It would not change the world. But it was a start. Chapter 40, London, 1961. The speech. The speech was at the Conservative Party conference in Brighton. The conference was held in a large hall on the seafront, with a stage, a podium, and a banner that read, "Conservatives for Prosperity." The hall was full. Thousands of party members waving flags, cheering, singing. Margaret was not a featured speaker. She was one of several junior ministers given a few minutes to speak about their portfolios. She was scheduled for 3 p.m., the graveyard slot, when the audience was drowsy from lunch and thinking about tea. She stood at the podium. She looked at the audience. She had prepared a speech about pensions. It was a good speech, careful, detailed, responsible. She had written it herself. She had practiced it. She had it memorized. She threw it away. The Labour Party, she said, is a socialist party. The Labour Party believes that the state should own the means of production, distribution, and exchange. The Labour Party believes that the state should control the lives of the British people. The Labour Party believes that the British people are children who need a nanny. The audience stirred. This was not a speech about pensions. The Conservative Party believes something different. The Conservative Party believes that the British people are adults. The Conservative Party believes that the British people can make their own decisions. The Conservative Party believes that the British people do not need a nanny. They need a government that gets out of their way. The audience applauded, not politely, enthusiastically. They had heard this before from Churchill, from Macmillan, from the great figures of the past. They had not expected to hear it from a junior pensions minister. The Labour Party talks about fairness, but fairness to the Labour Party means dragging everyone down to the same level. The Conservative Party talks about opportunity. Opportunity means lifting everyone up. That is the difference. That is the choice. And that is why the Conservative Party will never surrender to socialism. Never. Not ever. The audience stood up. They cheered. They waved their flags. They shouted her name. Maggie! 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 Margaret stepped back from the podium. She did not smile. She did not wave. She walked off the stage. A senior member caught her arm. That was a leadership speech, he said. It was a speech, she said. You know what you just did. I know what I did. I told the truth. The senior member shook his head. He walked away. Margaret watched him go. She did not care what he thought. She had said what she believed. That was all that mattered. Chapter 41. London, 1964. The end of an era. Harold Macmillan resigned in October 1963. He had been ill, worn down by the Profumo affair, a scandal involving a government minister and a showgirl that had poisoned the government's reputation. The affair itself was trivial, a man sleeping with a woman who was also sleeping with a Soviet naval attaché. But the cover-up was not. Macmillan had lied to the House. He had been caught. He was finished. The Conservative Party chose a new leader, Sir Alec Douglas Home. He was an aristocrat, a former Foreign Secretary, a decent man who had given up his earldom to sit in the House of Commons. He was also, by any measure, a disaster. He was uncomfortable with television. He was uncomfortable with modern politics. He was uncomfortable with the 20th century. Margaret watched the leadership contest from her seat on the back benches. She had been in Parliament for 8 years. She had served as a junior minister. She had made a name for herself as a speaker, a debater, a fighter. But she was still a backbencher. She had not been invited to join the cabinet. She had not been offered a senior position. She was, in the eyes of the party leadership, a useful woman who could be trotted out to speak about pensions and widows' benefits. She was not content, but she was patient. She had learned patience in her father's shop. The customer who wants the best cheese waits for the best cheese. She waited. The election of 1964 came in October. Labour won. Harold Wilson became Prime Minister. Wilson was young, clever, and ruthless. He had a pipe, a Yorkshire accent, and a gift for sounding ordinary while thinking extraordinary thoughts. He promised a white heat of technology. He promised to modernize Britain. He promised to end the class system, the old boy network, the amateurishness of the Conservative Party. The Conservatives were destroyed. They had been in power for 13 years. They were tired, divided, out of ideas. Douglas Home resigned. The party needed a new leader. The party needed a new direction. Margaret watched. She waited. Chapter 42, London, 1965, The New Leader. The leadership election was held in July 1965. 3 candidates, Reginald Maudling, the steady, competent former Home Secretary, Enoch Powell, the brilliant, volatile intellectual, and Edward Heath, the chief whip, the man who had held the party together through the difficult years. Heath won. He was the first leader of the Conservative Party to be chosen by a ballot of MPs. He was also the first grammar school boy to lead the party, a fact that Margaret noted with interest. Heath had grown up in Broadstairs, the son of a carpenter and a maid. He had won a scholarship to Oxford. He had risen through talent, not birth. He was, in that sense, like her. But he was not like her in other ways. Heath was a bachelor. He was awkward with people, particularly women. He was suspicious of the party's grassroots, preferring the company of civil servants and technocrats. He believed in economic planning, in state intervention, in a managed economy. He was, Margaret believed, a conservative in name only. She did not say this aloud. She voted for Heath. She supported him publicly. She kept her doubts private, but she wrote them down. Heath. Strengths: intelligent, disciplined, determined. Weaknesses: no feel for ordinary people, no understanding of markets, no commitment to freedom. Will fail. Will need to be replaced. She folded the paper and put it in her drawer. Chapter 43. London, 1966, the second defeat. Heath called an election for March 1966. He believed he could win. Wilson was vulnerable. The economy was struggling. The unions were restless. The Labour government was unpopular. He was wrong. Labour won again. The majority increased. Wilson was secure. Heath was humiliated. Margaret held her seat in Orpington. Her majority was solid. She was not at risk. But the party was in crisis. 2 election defeats in a row, 13 years of opposition stretching ahead. The party was lost, leaderless, unsure of itself. Margaret watched Heath. She watched him make mistakes. She watched him alienate his colleagues. She watched him fail to connect with the country. She watched him and she learned. Heath's problem, she decided, was not that he was unintelligent. He was very intelligent. His problem was that he did not believe in anything. He believed in management, in expertise, in the wisdom of civil servants. He did not believe in freedom, in markets, in the British people. He was a technocrat, not a leader. She would not make that mistake. When her time came, she would believe in something. She would believe in everything. She would believe so hard that no one could doubt her. Chapter 44. London, 1967, the Shadow Cabinet. Heath appointed her to the Shadow Cabinet in 1967. She was Shadow Minister for Power, responsible for energy policy, coal, gas, electricity, nuclear power. It was a technical portfolio, unglamorous, but it mattered. Energy was the foundation of the economy. Without energy, nothing worked. She studied the portfolio. She read everything. She visited coal mines, power stations, oil refineries. She talked to miners, engineers, managers. She learned the industry from the ground up. She also learned something else. The unions controlled the energy industry. The National Union of Mine Workers could shut down the country. They had done it in 1972. They would do it again. The government was powerless to stop them. The government could only negotiate, compromise, give in. Margaret did not believe in negotiation. She did not believe in compromise. She believed in victory. She began to plan. Chapter 45. London, 1970. The unexpected victory. The election of 1970 came as a surprise. Labour was expected to win. The polls showed Labour ahead. The pundits predicted a comfortable Labour majority. Heath prepared for defeat. Margaret prepared for opposition. But the voters surprised everyone. The Conservatives won. Heath became Prime Minister. Margaret became Secretary of State for Education and Science. She was the first woman to hold the post. She was one of only 2 women in the cabinet. She did not celebrate. She did not smile. She went to her new office at the Department of Education and Science, sat at her new desk, and opened the first red box. The department had a budget of £3 billion and 30,000 schools. It was responsible for universities, polytechnics, teacher training, research councils, student grants. It was a massive portfolio, sprawling, unmanageable. Her predecessors had been swallowed by it. She would not be swallowed. She would master it, and then she would cut it. Chapter 46, London, 1971. The milk. The cut was small, £9 million, a fraction of the department's budget. Free milk for school children aged 7 to 11. She proposed to end it. The milk would still be free for children under 7. The older children would have to pay, or their parents would have to pay, or they would do without. She did not expect the reaction. The Labour Party attacked her. The newspapers attacked her. The cartoonists drew her as a witch, a monster, a child-hater. Mothers wrote letters. Teachers wrote letters. Nurses wrote letters. They called her the milk snatcher. The name stuck. She defended the cut. She stood at the dispatch box and explained the economics. The money was needed elsewhere. The children would not suffer. The country could not afford to subsidize milk for children who did not need it. No one listened. The image was too powerful. A woman, a mother, cutting milk from children. It did not matter that the cut was small. It did not matter that the money was needed elsewhere. It did not matter that the children were not starving. What mattered was the photograph. A child with an empty glass, a mother with a furrowed brow. The milk snatcher. She learned something from the milk affair. She learned that politics was not about being right. It was about being believed. She had been right. She had been rational. She had been logical. And she had lost. She never made that mistake again. Chapter 47, London, 1972. The U-turn. Heath abandoned his principles. He had promised to roll back the state, to cut taxes, to reduce union power. But when the unions challenged him, he folded. The miners went on strike. The country ground to a halt. Heath imposed a 3-day week to save electricity. He froze prices and wages. He nationalized industry. He did everything he had promised not to do. Margaret watched from the cabinet table. She did not speak. She did not object. She kept her seat. She kept her mouth shut. She watched. Heath was finished. Not immediately, not publicly, but privately in the minds of the party, in the hearts of the members. He was finished. He had promised to be strong. He had been weak. He had promised to lead. He had followed. Margaret waited. Chapter 48, London, 1974. The fall. Heath called an election for February 1974. The miners were still on strike. The 3-day week was still in place. The country was dark, cold, exhausted. Heath asked the voters, "Who governs Britain?" He expected them to answer, "The government." They answered, "No one." Labour won. Not a majority. A plurality. Wilson returned to Downing Street, supported by the Liberals. Heath was humiliated. He called another election in October. Labour won again. A small majority. Wilson was secure. Heath was finished. The Conservative Party met to choose a new leader. Heath wanted to stay. He demanded loyalty. He got silence. The party was done with him. Margaret watched. She waited. And then she made her move. Chapter 49, London, 1975. The challenge. She did not announce it. She did not telegraph it. She built a network in secret, meeting with MPs in hotel rooms, in restaurants, in the homes of trusted friends. Her campaign manager was Ari Neve, a war hero who had escaped from Colditz, a man of absolute discretion and absolute loyalty. Neve counted votes. He knew exactly how many MPs were unhappy with Heath. He knew exactly how many were willing to vote for a woman. On February 4th, 1975, she announced she was standing for the leadership of the Conservative Party. The press laughed. A woman? The milk snatcher. The odds were 50-1. On February 11th, the first ballot was held. She needed 112 votes to win. She got 130. Heath resigned immediately. He never spoke to her again. She stood in the House of Commons that evening. She gave a short speech. She quoted Abraham Lincoln. "I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live up to what light I have." Then she went home. Dennis had champagne waiting. She drank one glass. Then she went into her study and closed the door. She was the leader of the Conservative Party. She was the first woman to lead a major political party in the Western world. She was the grocer's daughter from Grantham. She was the milk snatcher. She was the Iron Lady. She was ready. Book 2, The Iron Lady. Chapter 50, London. February 12, 1975, 7 a.m., the morning after. The newspapers were on the kitchen table. Dennis had arranged them in a neat row. The Times, the Daily Telegraph, the Guardian, the Sun. Margaret stood over them, a cup of tea in her hand, reading the headlines as if they were intelligence reports from a foreign power. "Maggie wins in landslide," said the Sun. "Tory woman breaks the mold," said the Telegraph. "Heath humiliated," said the Times. "The Iron Lady," said the Guardian. The headline was meant as an insult. The Guardian's political correspondent, a man named Peter Jenkins, had written a long analysis of the leadership contest, and somewhere in the 5th paragraph he had called her the Iron Lady, a reference to a recent Soviet newspaper article that had used the same phrase. The Soviets had meant it as an insult too. The Guardian meant it as a joke. Margaret read the phrase. She read it again. She said it aloud. "The Iron Lady." Dennis looked up from his toast. "What? That's what they're calling me, the Iron Lady." "Is that bad?" She thought about it. The Iron Lady. Hard, unbreakable, cold, unfeeling. The men who had written the phrase meant it to wound. They wanted her to feel ashamed of her hardness. They wanted her to soften, to apologize, to become something she was not. "No," she said. "It is not bad." She finished her tea. She washed the cup. She put it in the cupboard. She walked to her study. She sat at her desk. She opened her notebook. The Iron Lady. Use it, own it, make it mine. She did. From that day forward, she never flinched from the phrase. She repeated it in speeches. She used it in interviews. She turned the insult into a badge of honor. The Iron Lady. That was who she was. That was who she would always be. Chapter 51, London, February 1975. The Shadow Cabinet. She had to build a team. The men who had voted for her, the men who had voted against her, the men who had voted for Heath and now had to serve her. She had to choose them, appoint them, manage them. She had to turn enemies into allies, rivals into subordinates. She made her choices carefully. Willie Whitelaw, her deputy, a decent man, a moderate, a healer. He had voted for Heath. He had been her opponent. But he was loyal. He would serve. She made him deputy leader. Geoffrey Howe, Shadow Chancellor. A quiet man, a brilliant lawyer, a committed monetarist. He believed in sound money, tight budgets, low taxes. He was her kind of man. Keith Joseph, Shadow Industry Secretary, the most important appointment. Keith Joseph was the intellectual father of Thatcherism. He had been the first to break with the post-war consensus, the first to argue for privatization, the first to see that Britain was declining and only radical change could save it. He was also unstable, prone to depression, capable of saying things that made journalists gasp. She needed him. She also needed to control him. The others, John Biffin, James Pryor, Peter Carrington, Francis Pym, some loyal, some hostile, all watching. She held her first shadow cabinet meeting on a Tuesday morning. The room was cold. The coffee was weak. The men sat around the table waiting to see what she would do. She opened a folder. "Gentlemen, we have 3 years until the next election. 3 years to rebuild the party. 3 years to prepare the country. We will not waste a single day." She assigned portfolios. She set deadlines. She demanded weekly reports. She asked questions. She took notes. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. When the meeting ended, the men filed out. Willie Whitelaw lingered. "Well," he said, "that was different." "Different how?" "Different because you knew what you wanted." Heath never knew what he wanted. He wanted to be Prime Minister. He didn't know what he wanted to do with it. "And I do?" "Yes. And that's terrifying." He left. She sat alone in the room. The coffee was cold. The folder was empty. The work was just beginning. Chapter 52, London. March 1976. The Russians. She was not Prime Minister yet. She was leader of the opposition, but the Russians were watching her. They had noticed her speeches. They had noticed her attacks on détente, on disarmament, on the Soviet Union itself. She had called the Soviet Union a threat to world peace. She had called communism a lie. She had called for a new Cold War, a new arms race, a new confrontation between freedom and tyranny. The Soviet Ministry of Defense took notice. An article appeared in the Red Star, the official newspaper of the Soviet Armed Forces. The article called her the Iron Lady, a reference to the hardness of her views, the coldness of her heart. The phrase was meant to insult. She took it as a compliment. She gave a speech in Kensington Town Hall a week later. The hall was full. The cameras were there. She stood at the podium and said, "Listen to this. The Soviet Union's Defense Ministry newspaper has called me the Iron Lady. That is their word for me, the Iron Lady. I want you to remember that word, the Iron Lady, because it is the greatest compliment they could pay me. It means they take me seriously. It means they know I will not be weak. It means they know I will not surrender. It means they know that when I say we will defend ourselves, we will defend ourselves. The Iron Lady. I am proud to be called that, and I intend to live up to it." The audience cheered. The cameras captured it. The phrase was repeated around the world. The Iron Lady. The name stuck. It followed her into Downing Street. It followed her into history. Chapter 53. London, 1977. The kitchen speech. The winter of discontent was still a year away. But the signs were there. Inflation was rising. Unemployment was rising. The unions were restless. The Labour government was weak. James Callaghan had replaced Harold Wilson as Prime Minister, but he had not replaced Wilson's problems. The country was drifting, stumbling, falling. Margaret gave a speech at the Conservative Party conference in Blackpool. The speech was written in a hotel room the night before, sitting on the edge of the bed, her notes spread across the duvet. She had been up until 2 a.m., rewriting, crossing out, starting over. The hall was packed. The audience was hungry. They had been in opposition for 3 years. They wanted to hear that victory was coming. She stood at the podium. She looked at the audience. She began to speak. "The Labour Party says they care about the poor, but the Labour Party has made poverty worse. The Labour Party says they care about the sick, but the Labour Party has made the National Health Service a shambles. The Labour Party says they care about the old, but the Labour Party has let inflation eat away their savings. The Labour Party does not care about anyone. The Labour Party cares about power." The audience cheered. "The Conservatives care about something else. The Conservatives care about freedom. Freedom to work, freedom to keep what you earn, freedom to choose your doctor, your school, your home. Freedom from the bully boys of the trade unions, freedom from the bureaucrats of Brussels, freedom from the dead hand of the state. The audience stood. We will not win by being labor light. We will not win by promising to do the same things but better. We will win by promising to do different things, radical things, things that have not been done before, things that will transform this country. We will privatize. We will deregulate. We will cut taxes. We will break the unions. We will roll back the frontiers of the state. And we will win. The audience roared. She stepped back from the podium. She did not smile. She walked off the stage. Her speechwriter, a young man named Peter J., caught her arm. That was your leadership speech. It was a speech. You've just told the country what you're going to do, and they cheered. They cheered because they're tired of losing. They will cheer louder when we start winning. She walked away. Jay watched her go. He had been writing speeches for politicians for 10 years. He had never heard a politician say what she had just said. Most politicians hide their intentions. They speak in vague generalities. They keep their powder dry. She had fired every weapon she had, and the audience had loved it. He did not know if she would win, but he knew she would not compromise. Chapter 54, London, 1978. The autumn of discontent. The winter came early. The strikes began in September. The lorry drivers went first, then the railway workers, then the ambulance drivers, then the nurses, then the garbage collectors. The country ground to a halt. The hospitals accepted only emergencies. The dead went unburied. The rubbish piled up in the streets. The lights went out. James Callaghan returned from a summit in the Caribbean. A reporter asked him, "What is your general view of the mounting chaos in the country?" Callaghan smiled. "I don't think that other people would share your view that there is mounting chaos." The phrase destroyed him. Mounting chaos. The public saw the rubbish, the picket lines, the sick dying in hospital corridors. They heard the Prime Minister tell them that they were imagining it. They never forgave him. Margaret did not create the winter of discontent. She did not cause the strikes. She did not make the unions greedy. But she was ready. She had been ready for years. She stood at the dispatch box every day. She read the headlines aloud. She listed the strikes, the shortages, the suffering. She blamed the Labour Party. She blamed the unions. She blamed socialism. "This is what happens when the government tries to do everything," she said. "This is what happens when the unions rule. This is what happens when the state takes responsibility for everything and takes responsibility for nothing. The Labour Party has broken Britain. The Conservative Party will fix it." The polls shifted. The Conservatives moved ahead. Labour fell behind. The election was coming. The country was ready for a change. Chapter 55, London, March 1979. The vote of no confidence. Callaghan knew he was finished. He tried to delay the election. He tried to make a deal with the Liberals. He tried to survive. But on March 28, 1979, the House of Commons voted. The motion was that this House has no confidence in Her Majesty's government. The vote was close. The government had 310 votes. The opposition had 311. One vote, the government lost. The chamber erupted. The Labour benches were silent. The Conservative benches were roaring. Margaret sat in her seat, her hands folded on her lap, her face still. She had done it. She had not cast the deciding vote. She had not persuaded the last few MPs, but she had built the strategy, year by year, speech by speech, meeting by meeting. She had turned a party of losers into a party of winners. She had made the country ready. She stood up. She walked to the dispatch box. She said, "The motion is carried." Her Majesty's government has no confidence in itself. The country has no confidence in it. It is time for a change. She walked out of the chamber. The cameras followed her. She did not look back. Chapter 56, London, April 1979. The campaign. The election campaign lasted 4 weeks. Margaret ran the most disciplined campaign in modern British history. Every speech was vetted. Every appearance was staged. Every answer was rehearsed. The press called her robotic. She did not care. She traveled the country. She visited factories, schools, hospitals, housing estates. She shook hands with thousands of people. She smiled for thousands of photographs. She answered thousands of questions. She never lost her temper. She never made a mistake. She never said anything she regretted. Her team produced a poster, a line of unemployed workers, their faces gray with despair. The caption, "Labor isn't working." It was simple, it was brutal, it was effective. Labor called it dishonest. The facts showed that unemployment had risen under Labor. The poster was accurate. Margaret did not debate the poster. She did not defend it. She simply repeated the slogan, "Labor isn't working." She said it so often that it became a fact in the minds of the voters. On the last day of the campaign, she gave a speech in her constituency, Orpington. The hall was full. The audience was exhausted. She was exhausted. She had slept 4 hours a night for 4 weeks. She stood at the podium. She looked at the audience. She said, "Tomorrow you have a choice. You can vote for more of the same, more inflation, more strikes, more decline. Or you can vote for change. You can vote for a government that will put Britain first, a government that will stand up to the unions, a government that will make you proud to be British again." The audience cheered. She stepped back. She walked off the stage. Dennis was waiting in the car. She got in. He put his arm around her. She leaned into him. "One more day," he said. "One more day," she said. The car drove away. Chapter 57, London, May 3rd, 1979. Election Day. She voted at 7 a.m. She did not smile for the photographers. She looked straight into the cameras and said, "I have done my duty, now we wait." She spent the day in Orpington, visiting polling stations, thanking volunteers, drinking tea. She did not watch the television. She did not read the newspapers. She waited. At 10 p.m., the exit polls were published. They showed a Conservative majority of more than 40 seats. Dennis, who had been drinking steadily since 6 p.m., kissed her on the cheek. She did not kiss him back. She was already on the phone to her campaign manager. At 11:30 p.m., James Callaghan conceded. He walked out of number 10 with his wife, Audrey. He gave a short statement. "When the call comes from the palace, I will tender my resignation to Her Majesty. It has been an honor. It has been a privilege. But it is time for a change." He did not look at the cameras. He looked at the ground. At 1 a.m., Margaret arrived at Conservative Central Office. The crowd was small but loud. They chanted her name. "Maggie! Maggie! Maggie!" She stood on a makeshift platform, waved once, and said, "It is a great honor. It is a great responsibility. And we have a great deal of work to do." Then she went home. She did not sleep. She read the 7 red boxes that had been delivered at midnight. She made notes in the margins. She underlined 3 words: cut, deregulate, privatize. At 12:30 p.m. on May 4th, she walked through the black door of 10 Downing Street and gave her St. Francis speech. The world saw a woman quoting a medieval prayer. The world did not see the notes she had made in the margins of those red boxes. She saw them, and she intended to keep every promise she had written to herself. Chapter 58, London, May 5th, 1979. 6 a.m., the first morning. She had not slept. She had lain down fully clothed at 3 a.m. and closed her eyes for 2 hours. Now she was up, dressed, and standing in the cabinet room. The room was empty. The chairs were in their places. The red boxes were stacked on the table. The windows looked out onto the garden. The plane tree was in leaf. She walked to the head of the table. She placed her hands on the back of the Prime Minister's chair. She stood there for a long time. She thought about her father. She thought about the shop. She thought about the Anderson shelter, the bombs falling, the cabbages growing on top. She thought about her mother, silent in the kitchen, sewing dresses by hand. She thought about Oxford, the chemistry lab, the men who ignored her. She thought about Dartford, the tea in her face, the slammed doors. She thought about Orpington, the counting, the victory. She thought about Heath, the struggle, the fall. She thought about all of it. Every rejection, every defeat, every closed door. She had walked through all of them, and now she was here. She pulled out the chair. She sat down. She opened the first red box. The work had begun. Chapter 59. London, May 7th, 1979. The first cabinet. The cabinet assembled at 9 a.m. 23 men. No women. They sat around the long mahogany table, their papers arranged in front of them, their faces carefully neutral. Most of them had supported Edward Heath. Most of them had voted against her in the leadership contest. Most of them believed she would fail within a year. She walked into the room at 9:01. She did not arrive early. She did not arrive late. She arrived precisely when she had said she would arrive. She sat at the head of the table. She placed her handbag on the floor beside her chair. She opened a leather folder. "Good morning, gentlemen." A murmur. "Good morning, Prime Minister." She looked around the table. She met each man's eyes. Willie Whitelaw, her deputy. Geoffrey Howe, the Chancellor. John Biffin, Peter Carrington, James Pryor, Francis Pym, Lord Soames, the others. Some loyal, some hostile, all watching. "We have 5 years," she said. "Perhaps more, perhaps less. We will not waste a day. The country is in decline. We will reverse it. The economy is in ruins. We will rebuild it. The unions are out of control. We will break them. These are not negotiable objectives. These are necessities." She paused. The room was silent. "Geoffrey, the budget." Geoffrey Howe cleared his throat. He was a mild-looking man with a high forehead and wire-rimmed glasses. He looked like a librarian. He was a killer. "The budget will be delivered on June 12th, he said. "It will raise interest rates. It will cut spending. It will shift the burden of taxation from direct to indirect. It will be painful. It will be unpopular. It will be necessary." James Pryor raised his hand. He was a farmer, a moderate, a man who believed in compromise. "Geoffrey, you'll put 1 million people out of work." Howe looked at Margaret. She nodded. "We are aware of the risks," Howe said. Pryor stood up. He was a large man, red-faced, angry. "I can't support this. My constituency is full of factory workers. They'll be destroyed." Margaret did not stand. She remained seated, her hands folded on the table. "James, sit down." He sat. "Your constituency is full of factory workers who will have no jobs at all if inflation continues at 25%. Which would you prefer? 1 million unemployed for 2 years or 5 million unemployed forever?" Pryor said nothing. He looked at his papers. He did not answer. He never forgave her. The meeting continued. They discussed nuclear weapons, European integration, the civil service, the National Health Service. Margaret took notes. She asked questions. She interrupted when she did not understand. She corrected when she heard errors. She did not defer. She did not apologize. She did not thank the men for their service. When the meeting ended, the men filed out. Willie Whitelaw lingered. "Well," he said. "Well, Willie." That was firm. It was necessary. You'll have to learn to compromise. You can't govern by confrontation. She looked at him. Watch me. He left. She sat alone in the cabinet room. She looked at her notes. She had written one word at the bottom of the page. Prior, watch him. She closed the folder. She picked up her handbag. She walked to her study. The next meeting was in 30 minutes. Chapter 60, London, June 12, 1979. The budget. Geoffrey Howe stood at the dispatch box at 3:30 p.m. The house was full. The galleries were packed. The press was everywhere. The budget was the most important political event since the election. It would define the government. It would define the Prime Minister. Howe spoke in a soft, flat voice. He read his speech from a typescript, pausing occasionally to take a sip of water. He raised interest rates to 17%. He cut income tax at the top and raised value-added tax to 15%. He cut spending on housing, education, and transport, industry. He announced that the government would no longer bail out failing companies. The age of subsidies was over. The Labour opposition sat in stony silence. The Labour leader, James Callaghan, listened with his head in his hands. The Shadow Chancellor, Denis Healey, took notes furiously, searching for errors, for contradictions, for anything he could use. He found nothing. The budget was coherent. It was radical. It was terrifying. Margaret sat on the front bench, listening. She did not take notes. She had memorized every line of the budget before Howe had spoken it. She watched the faces of the opposition. She watched the faces of her own backbenchers. She watched the press gallery where journalists were scribbling, typing, telephoning. The stock market fell. The pound fell. The newspapers called it the bitterest budget since the war. The trade unions called for a general strike. The Labour Party called for a vote of no confidence. Margaret did not respond. She did not defend. She did not explain. She let the budget speak for itself. The vote was held at 10 p.m. The government won. The majority was 44. The budget passed. Margaret went home. Denis was waiting. He had a glass of whiskey in his hand. "Well," he said. "Well, Denis, was it worth it? Ask me in 5 years." She went to her study. She closed the door. She sat at her desk. She opened her notebook. She wrote, "Budget passed. Now the real work begins." Chapter 61, London, July 1979. The first confrontation. The unions were testing her. They had expected a new government to be weak, to be afraid, to negotiate. They had expected Margaret Thatcher to be like Edward Heath, a compromiser, a waverer, a man who talked tough and then folded. She was not like Edward Heath. The first test came in July. The National Union of Railwaymen demanded a pay rise of 20%. The government offered 5%. The union rejected the offer. The union called a strike. Margaret met with her cabinet. The room was divided. James Prior argued for negotiation. "We can't afford a railway strike in the summer. The holiday season, the economy, the political damage." Geoffrey Howe argued for standing firm. "If we give in now, every union will demand 20%. Inflation will soar. The budget will be destroyed." Margaret listened. She did not speak. She let the men argue. Finally, she said, "We will not negotiate. The offer is 5%. It will remain 5%. The union can strike or not strike. That is their choice. We will not be blackmailed." The strike lasted 2 weeks. The railways stopped. The holidaymakers were stranded. The economy lost millions. The newspapers blamed the government. The Labour Party blamed the government. The unions blamed the government. Margaret did not blink. She did not compromise. She waited. On the 15th day, the union returned to the negotiating table. They accepted 5%. The strike ended. Margaret stood at the dispatch box. She said, "The government has shown that it will not be bullied. The unions have shown that they can no longer hold the country to ransom. This is a new beginning." The labor opposition jeered. The union leaders called her a fascist. The newspapers called her reckless. She did not care. She had won. Chapter 62, London, August 1979. The holiday, Dennis insisted. "You need a rest. You haven't taken a day off since the election." "The children are asking where you are. I'm asking where you are." "We're going to Switzerland." She did not argue. She was tired. She could not admit it, but she was tired. They flew to Geneva. They drove to a village in the Alps. The hotel was small, quiet, expensive. Dennis played golf. The children swam in the lake. Margaret sat on the balcony of their room, reading a briefing on monetary policy. Dennis came back from golf. He stood in the doorway, looking at her. "Margaret, put the papers down." "I'm reading." "You're working. You're always working. You're on holiday." "This is my holiday." "This is not a holiday. A holiday is sitting by the pool. A holiday is drinking something with an umbrella in it. A holiday is not reading about monetary policy." She looked at him. He was sunburned, tired, and determined. "Dennis, I am the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I cannot simply stop." "You can. For 1 week. The country will not collapse." She looked at the papers. She looked at him. She put the papers on the table. 1 week. 1 week. She did not know what to do with herself. She walked down to the lake. The children were swimming. Carol waved. Mark ignored her. She sat on the grass. She took off her shoes. She put her feet in the water. The water was cold. The mountains were high. The sky was blue. She had not sat still since the election. She had not sat still for years. She did not know how. She sat. The children swam. The sun moved across the sky. She sat. When she returned to the hotel, Dennis was at the bar. He raised his glass. "See, the country is still there." She did not answer. She sat down beside him. She ordered a lemonade. She drank it. She did not think about monetary policy. For 1 hour, she did not think about anything. Chapter 63, London, October 1980. The conference speech. The Conservative Party conference was in Brighton. The hall was full. The mood was anxious. The recession was biting. Unemployment was rising. The polls were falling. The party faithful were worried. They had elected her to save the country. She had made it worse. She stood at the podium. The speech had been drafted by her speechwriter, a young man named Peter J. The draft was careful, moderate, reassuring. It promised that the government would listen to the concerns of the British people. It promised that the government would adjust its policies in light of experience. Margaret had read the draft. She had thrown it in the bin. She had written her own. She looked at the audience. The lights were bright. The cameras were watching. The party was waiting. To those waiting with bated breath for that favorite media catchphrase, the U-turn, I have only one thing to say. You turn if you want to. The lady's not for turning. The hall erupted. They cheered. They stood. They waved their flags. They shouted her name. She continued, "We have a duty to see this through. We have a duty to the British people. We have a duty to the future. We will not abandon that duty. We will not flinch. We will not falter. We will not fail." The cheering went on for 5 minutes. She stood at the podium, waiting. She did not smile. She did not wave. She waited. When the cheering stopped, she continued with the rest of the speech. But no one remembered the rest. They remembered the line. "The lady's not for turning." She stepped back from the podium. She walked off the stage. Jay was waiting. "That was not the speech I wrote," he said. "No," she said. "It was the speech I should have given." She walked away. He watched her go. He had been writing speeches for politicians for 15 years. He had never seen a politician do what she had just done. She had ignored her advisers. She had ignored the polls. She had ignored the obvious political calculation. She had said what she believed. She would win or lose on her own terms. She would not compromise. She would not turn. Chapter 64, London, 1981. The darkest year. Unemployment reached 3 million, the highest since the Great Depression. The factories of the North were silent. The steel mills of Sheffield were closed. The shipyards of the Tyne were empty. The coal mines of Yorkshire were working half shifts. The photographs were devastating. Men in flat caps standing in dole queues. Women crying outside closed factories. Teenagers born in the 1960s who had never known a job. The press called it Thatcher's slaughter. The Labour Party called it the economics of the madhouse. The Archbishop of Canterbury called it a moral scandal. Margaret did not retreat. She did not apologize. She gave a speech in the House of Commons. "There is no alternative," she said. The phrase became a slogan. Tina. There is no alternative. Her own party turned against her. The Wets, moderate conservatives who believed in compromise, in the post-war consensus and in the old ways, began to plot. Francis Pym, the leader of the House, James Pryor, the employment secretary, Ian Gilmore, the Lord Privy Seal. They met in secret. They discussed replacing her. They believed she was unelectable. They believed she would lead the party to disaster. She knew about the meetings. Her spies told her everything. She did not confront the plotters. She did not negotiate with them. She waited. And then, on April 2nd, 1982, Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands. The plotters put away their knives. The country rallied around the flag. Margaret Thatcher had a war to fight. Chapter 65, London, April 2nd, 1982, 4 a.m. The telephone rang in the apartment above number 10. Margaret was awake. She was always awake at 4 a.m. But she was not working. She was standing at the window, looking down at the empty street, thinking about a speech she would give the next day on unemployment. The telephone rang twice. She picked it up on the second ring. Prime Minister, the Falkland Islands have been invaded by Argentine forces. Governor Rex Hunt has reported Argentine Marines on the beach at Port Stanley. He is requesting immediate military assistance. She did not say, "Oh my God." She did not say, "What do we do?" She said, "Who is the duty officer at the Ministry of Defense?" "General Sir John Knott, ma'am." "Call him. Tell him I want a full briefing in the cabinet room at 6, and tell him to wake the chief of the defense staff." She hung up. She stood very still for a moment. Then she walked to Dennis's room. He was asleep, snoring softly. She touched his shoulder. He woke immediately, a habit from the war. "What is it?" "Argentina has invaded the Falklands." Dennis sat up. He had fought in North Africa and Italy. He knew what war meant. He said, "Are we going to fight?" She looked at him. Her face was pale but calm. "We have no choice. If we do nothing, we are finished. The party, the government, the country, finished." She did not say, "I am finished." She did not need to. They both understood. Chapter 66, London, April 2nd, 1982, 6 a.m., the cabinet room. The room was cold. The radiators had not yet come on. 20 men in dark suits sat around the mahogany table. Most of them had been woken by telephone calls in the middle of the night. Some had come directly from bed, still wearing the same shirt they had worn to dinner. Margaret sat at the head of the table. She had been there since 5:30, reading the briefing papers. She had already marked them with red pen. The Chief of the Defense Staff, Admiral Sir Terence Lewin, stood up. He was a thin man with a face like a cliff. He pointed at a map of the South Atlantic. The Falkland Islands are 8,000 miles from the United Kingdom. They are 300 miles from Argentina. The Argentine Air Force has more than 100 combat aircraft. We have 43. The Argentine Navy has a working aircraft carrier. We have 2, but one is in dock for repairs. The Argentine Army has 15,000 troops in the Falklands. We have 0. To retake the islands, we would need to assemble a task force, sail it 8,000 miles, land on hostile shores, and defeat an entrenched enemy in the middle of the southern winter. The weather in the South Atlantic in June is— How long? Margaret interrupted. Ma'am? How long to assemble the task force? Admiral Lewin looked at his notes. 3 days for the first ships to sail. 2 weeks for the full fleet. And how long to reach the Falklands? 3 weeks, if the weather holds. She nodded. She turned to the Foreign Secretary, Francis Pym. Pym was a tall, elegant man who had been plotting against her for months. He was one of the wets, the moderates who believed she was destroying the party. He believed that the Falklands were not worth a war. He believed that diplomacy could solve the problem. He believed that she was a reckless woman who would destroy the country. He said, "Prime Minister, we must consider a diplomatic solution. The United Nations." No. Argentina has offered. No. Prime Minister, with respect, we cannot simply— She stood up. The room went silent. She was not tall. She was not physically imposing. But when she stood, men sat down. It was a gift she had cultivated for 30 years. Foreign Secretary, she said, there is nothing to discuss. British territory has been invaded. British citizens have been taken prisoner. If we do not respond with force, every dictator in the world will know that Britain is a paper tiger. We will cease to be a great power. We will cease to be a serious country. We will become a joke. I did not become Prime Minister to preside over a joke. She sat down. Pym said nothing. The room was silent. Admiral Lewin cleared his throat. Prime Minister, there is another matter. The Americans, we will need their support. Satellite intelligence, refueling, possibly weapons. The President is— I will call Ronald Reagan today. Yes, ma'am. The task force sails tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. She looked around the table. Any other questions? There were no other questions. Chapter 67, London. April 3rd, 1982. The telephone call. The White House switchboard connected her to the Oval Office at 9 p.m. London time, 4 p.m. Washington time. Ronald Reagan came on the line. His voice was warm, relaxed, almost sleepy. He called her Margaret. She called him Ron. They had met several times. They liked each other. They did not always agree. Ron, I need your help. Margaret, I've been following the news. It's a bad business. Bad business, Ron. They invaded. They took British soil. British subjects are under guard. I cannot let this stand. Reagan paused. He was a man who hated war. He had served in the army during the Second World War, but he had never seen combat. He had spent the war making training films in Hollywood. He believed in peace through strength, but he did not believe in fighting for tiny islands in the middle of nowhere. Margaret, you know we have our own issues down there. The Monroe Doctrine, the Latin American allies. I've got people telling me we should stay neutral. Ron, I am not asking you to send troops. I am asking for intelligence, satellite photos, and access to the airfield on Ascension Island, and I am asking you to stop selling weapons to Argentina. Another pause. She could hear him breathing. He was a slow thinker. He liked to take his time. She was not a slow thinker. She was already planning her next sentence. Ron, If you do not help us, I will have no choice but to act alone. And if I act alone and fail, the Soviet Union will have a field day. Every Marxist in South America will see that the West cannot defend its own. This is not about a few islands. This is about the credibility of the entire alliance." Reagan sighed. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "No, Ron, I am not." "All right, I'll see what I can do." She hung up. The Americans would help. Not enthusiastically, not immediately, but they would help. And that was enough. Chapter 68, London, April 5th, 1982. The task force sails. The first ships sailed from Portsmouth. The aircraft carriers HMS Hermes and HMS Invincible led the fleet. Behind them came destroyers, frigates, supply ships, submarines. The crowds lined the dockyards, waving Union Jacks, cheering, crying. It looked like 1940 again. It felt like 1940 again. A nation that had spent 40 years declining, retreating, apologizing, suddenly remembered that it had once been great. Margaret watched the news footage in her study. She did not cheer. She did not cry. She made notes. The task force was sailing. But it would take 3 weeks to arrive. 3 weeks for diplomacy to fail. 3 weeks for the weather to turn. 3 weeks for the Argentines to dig in. 3 weeks for her enemies in the cabinet to plot against her. Francis Pym was already leaking to the press. "We must keep the door open to a negotiated settlement," he told the BBC. "No one wants a war." The newspapers picked it up. The headline in The Guardian read, "Pym urges caution." The headline in The Sun read, "Pym is a traitor." Margaret did not disagree with The Sun. She called Pym to her study. He came at 7 p.m. She did not offer him tea. She did not offer him a seat. "Francis," she said, "you are either with me or against me. There is no middle ground. Prime Minister, I am simply trying to— I know what you are trying to do. You are trying to undermine me. You are trying to position yourself for the leadership. You are trying to save your political career. Let me tell you something. If we lose this war, there will be no political careers to save. The Conservative Party will be destroyed. The country will be destroyed. And you will be remembered as the man who stabbed his prime minister in the back during a time of war. Is that what you want?" Pym said nothing. He stood in the middle of the study, his hands at his sides, his face pale. "Now," she said, "you will support me. Publicly, enthusiastically. You will tell the press that you have full confidence in the government's strategy. You will tell them that diplomacy has failed and force is necessary. You will do this tomorrow morning. If you do not, I will sack you, and I will tell the country why." Pym swallowed. "Yes, Prime Minister." "Good, you may go." He left. She sat down at her desk. She picked up her pen. She wrote in her notebook, "Pym, broken, for now." Chapter 69, The South Atlantic, May 2nd, 1982, the Belgrano, the most controversial decision of her entire career. It came down to a single message, a single signature, a single moment. The Argentine cruiser General Belgrano was sailing outside the British-declared exclusion zone around the Falklands. It was heading west, away from the islands, but it was accompanied by 2 destroyers armed with Exocet missiles. The Exocet was a French-made missile that had already sunk 1 British ship. The Belgrano itself was a World War II-era vessel, old and slow, but its guns could destroy British landing craft. If the Belgrano was allowed to sail on, it could return at any moment, flank the British fleet, and massacre the landing force. The submarine HMS Conqueror was tracking the Belgrano. The captain, Commander Chris Refford Brown, requested permission to fire. The request went up the chain of command, to the fleet commander, to the Admiralty, to the Ministry of Defense, to the Prime Minister. Margaret received the request at 1:30 p.m. She had 10 minutes to decide. The Belgrano was outside the exclusion zone. International law said that attacking a ship outside the exclusion zone could be considered an act of war. The British government had promised that the exclusion zone was the limit of its operations. If she ordered the sinking, she would be breaking that promise. If she did not order the sinking, the Belgrano might escape, return later, and kill British soldiers. She looked at the map. She looked at the intelligence. She looked at the faces of her advisers. They were divided. Some said sink it. Some said wait. She signed the order. Sink the Belgrano. At 4 p.m., the Conqueror fired 3 torpedoes. 2 struck the Belgrano. The ship sank in 45 minutes. 323 Argentine sailors died. It was the single greatest loss of life in the war. The news broke the next day. The world was shocked. The British public was divided. The Labour Party called it an act of murder. The Archbishop of Canterbury called it a violation of the moral law. The Argentine government called it a massacre. The United Nations called for an immediate ceasefire. Margaret stood in the House of Commons and defended the decision. She said the Belgrano was a threat. She said the exclusion zone was a formality. She said the captain of the Conqueror had acted within his rights. She did not apologize. She did not express regret. She did not mention the 323 dead. Years later, a journalist asked her if she ever lost sleep over the Belgrano. She said, "No. I lost sleep over the fact that we almost lost the war because we hesitated too long." Chapter 70, The South Atlantic, May 21st, 1982. The Landing. British troops came ashore at San Carlos Water. The landing was a success. The fighting was not. The Argentine Air Force attacked with ferocity, flying nap-of-the-earth missions that evaded British radar. The bombs hit, ships burned, men died. Margaret received the casualty reports every hour. She read each name. She did not cry. But she marked each name with a small cross in the margin of her briefing papers. At the end of the war, she had made more than 250 crosses. She did not visit the families. She did not write letters. She could not. She was the Prime Minister. She had to remain detached. She had to remain strong. She had to remain the Iron Lady. But at night, alone in her study, she looked at the crosses. She said the names aloud. She did not pray. She did not believe in prayer. But she said the names. Private Ian Mackay, 23, Glasgow. Lieutenant David Jones, 27, Cardiff. Marine Paul Mills, 21, Leeds. Sergeant John Simpson, 34, Belfast. She said them all. She never forgot them. Chapter 71, The South Atlantic, June 14th, 1982. The Surrender. The Argentine commander surrendered at 9 p.m. local time. British troops marched into Port Stanley. The Union Jack was raised over Government House. A Royal Marine bugler played the last post. Margaret watched the footage in number 10. She was alone. Dennis was out. The children were grown. The cabinet had gone home. She sat in her study, in the dark, watching the flag rise on a flickering television screen. She did not cry. She did not cheer. She picked up her pen and began to write a letter to every family who had lost a son, a husband, a father. She wrote each letter by hand. It took her 3 days. Her hand cramped. She did not stop. Dear Mrs. Mackay, I am writing to tell you how deeply I grieve for the loss of your son, Private Ian Mackay. He served his country with courage and honor. He died in the cause of freedom. His sacrifice will never be forgotten. He will always be remembered as a hero, and you will always be remembered as the mother of a hero. Yours sincerely, Margaret Thatcher. She wrote 255 letters. She signed each one. She folded each one. She placed each one in an envelope. She sealed each one with her own hands. Then she went back to work. Chapter 72, London, June 15th, 1982. The victory. She walked into the House of Commons to a standing ovation. The same MPs who had plotted against her, who had called her unelectable, who had met in secret to replace her, now stood and cheered. They cheered for 5 minutes. They would not stop. She stood at the dispatch box. She waited. The cheering continued. She looked at the clock. She looked at the speaker. The speaker nodded. "We have ceased to be a nation in retreat," she said. "We have instead regained our confidence, our courage, and our belief in ourselves." The House roared. The Labour opposition sat in silence. The leader of the opposition, Michael Foot, had opposed the war. He had called it jingoistic. He had called for a ceasefire. He had been wrong. Everyone knew it. He would never recover. Margaret left the chamber and walked to her study. She closed the door. She sat down. She did not smile. The war had saved her premiership. She knew that. Without the war, she would have been gone by Christmas. The wets would have struck. The party would have turned. The country would have rejected her. But the war had come, and she had won. And now she had 3 more years to do what she had come to do: break the unions, privatize the industries, and change Britain forever. She picked up her pen. She wrote one word on a blank sheet of paper: now. Chapter 73, London, July 1982. The victory lap. The Falklands factor carried her through the summer. She traveled the country, visiting factories, hospitals, schools. The crowds were large, enthusiastic, hungry for a glimpse of the woman who had sent the task force. They cheered her. They waved flags. They called her name. She did not smile. She waved once, stiffly, from the car. She did not reach out to touch the hands that reached for her. She did not kiss the babies that were thrust toward her. She was not a woman who touched strangers. She was not a woman who kissed babies. But the crowds did not care. She had won. She was a winner. In Britain in 1982, that was enough. The opinion polls showed the Conservatives 20 points ahead. The Labour Party was in chaos. Michael Foot, the leader, was a decent man, a brilliant orator, a committed socialist. He was also old, frail, and unelectable. He wore a donkey jacket to the cenotaph on Remembrance Sunday. The newspapers printed the photograph. He never recovered. Margaret watched the polls. She did not trust them. She had learned not to trust anything that could not be measured in pounds and pence. The polls were weather vanes, not compasses. They told her which way the wind was blowing. They did not tell her where she was going. She went to Chequers, the Prime Minister's country house, for a weekend. Dennis came. The children came. They walked in the gardens. They ate meals together. They talked about nothing in particular. On Sunday afternoon, Dennis found her in the library. She was reading a briefing on trade union reform. "Margaret, it's Sunday. The unions don't take Sundays off. The unions aren't here. The children are here. I'm here. Put the papers down." She looked at him. He was standing in the doorway, his hands in his pockets, his face half in shadow. She had been married to him for 31 years. She had never been able to say no to him, not because she was weak, because he never asked for anything. She put the papers down. "Thank you," he said. He walked into the library. He sat down in the armchair across from her. He picked up a newspaper. He began to read. They sat in silence for an hour. The sun moved across the floor. The birds sang in the garden. The children played somewhere in the house. She did not think about the unions. She did not think about the polls. She did not think about the next election. She sat in silence with her husband and watched the light change. It was not happiness. She did not know if she had ever been happy, but it was not unhappiness. That was something. Chapter 74, London, September 1982. The Party Conference. The Conservative Party Conference was in Brighton again. The same hall, the same banner, the same crowd. But everything was different now. She was no longer the leader of the opposition, fighting for survival. She was the Prime Minister, fresh from victory, untouchable. She gave the keynote speech on the last day. The hall was packed. The cameras were everywhere. The world was watching. She did not talk about the Falklands. She had said everything she needed to say about the Falklands. She talked about the future. "We have won a war," she said. "Now we must win the peace. The peace will not be won by retreating to the old ways. The peace will be won by pressing forward, by continuing the policies that brought us through the storm, by cutting taxes, by breaking the unions, by rolling back the state. The Falklands were a battle. The real war is here at home against the enemies of freedom." The audience cheered. They did not know exactly what she meant. They did not need to know. They trusted her. She continued. "The Labour Party calls us extremists. The Labour Party calls us radicals. The Labour Party calls us dangerous. I say thank you. If being an extremist means believing that the British people should be free, then I am an extremist. If being a radical means believing that the state should serve the individual, not the individual, the state, then I am a radical. If being dangerous means being willing to take on the vested interests that have held this country back for generations, then I am dangerous, and I am proud of it." The audience stood. They cheered for 10 minutes. She stood at the podium, waiting. She did not smile. She did not wave. She waited. When the cheering stopped, she finished her speech. She stepped back. She walked off the stage. Her press secretary, Bernard Ingham, was waiting. "That was your conference speech," he said. "It was a speech." That was the speech of a woman who intends to go on and on. She looked at him. "Yes," she said, "I do." Chapter 75, London, March 1983. The election call. She did not have to call an election until 1984, but the polls were good. The economy was improving. The Labour Party was divided. The new leader, Neil Kinnock, was untested. The moment was right. She went to the palace. She asked the Queen to dissolve Parliament. The Queen agreed. The election was called for June 9th. The campaign was brutal. Labour attacked her record, 3 million unemployed, the destruction of industry, the dismantling of the welfare state. The unions attacked her. She was the enemy of the working class, the friend of the rich, the servant of the capitalists. The press attacked her. She was too hard, too cold, too unfeeling. She did not respond. She did not defend. She campaigned. She traveled the country. She shook hands. She smiled. She answered questions. She never lost her temper. She never made a mistake. Her team produced a poster, a photograph of her looking determined with the caption, "She's working for Britain." It was simple. It was effective. It was her. On election night, she sat in number 10, watching the results come in. Dennis sat beside her. The children were upstairs, asleep. The first result came in at 11 p.m., Conservative hold. The second at 11:15, Conservative gain. The third at 11:30, Conservative gain. By 1 a.m. it was clear she had won. A majority of 144 seats, the largest landslide since 1945. The Labour Party was destroyed. The alliance, the new party of the centre, had failed. The country was hers. She stood on the steps of number 10 at 2 a.m. The crowd was large, drunk, ecstatic. They chanted her name. She said, "Thank you. We have a great deal of work to do. We will not rest. We will not stop. We will not turn." She went inside. Dennis was waiting with champagne. She drank one glass, then she went to her study. She opened the red boxes. She worked until 4 a.m. Chapter 76, London, June 1983. The new cabinet. She reshuffled her cabinet. The Wets were gone. Francis Pym, the Foreign Secretary, was sacked. James Pryor, the Employment Secretary, was sacked. Ian Gilmore, the Lord Privy Seal, was sacked. They were replaced by loyalists, by believers, by people who would not question her. The new Foreign Secretary was Geoffrey Howe, the former Chancellor. The new Chancellor was Nigel Lawson, a brilliant economist who shared her views. The new Employment Secretary was Norman Tebbit, a former journalist who had been injured in the Brighton bombing, a man who had no fear of the unions. The cabinet was hers now, not Heath's, not Macmillan's, hers. She held the first meeting. The room was different now. The men around the table were younger, hungrier, more ambitious. They believed in what she believed. They would not betray her. Not yet. Chapter 77, London, March 1984. The miners' strike. The National Coal Board announced the closure of Cortonwood Colliery in Yorkshire. 20,000 miners were expected to strike. The president of the National Union of Mine Workers, Arthur Scargill, had been waiting for this moment for years. He was a Marxist, a revolutionary, a man who believed that the working class should rule Britain. He called the strike without a ballot. He declared that any miner who crossed the picket line was a traitor. Margaret had been waiting for this moment too. She had learned from Edward Heath's mistake. Heath had tried to negotiate with the miners. The miners had smelled weakness and destroyed him. She would not make the same mistake. She stockpiled coal. She kept the power plants running. She waited. The strike lasted a year. 365 days of picket lines, riots, arrests, hunger, and hatred. The photographs defined the decade. Lines of miners facing lines of police. Battles at Orgreave, where mounted police charged into a crowd of pickets, swinging batons. Families eating at soup kitchens. Children collecting food parcels from strangers. Margaret did not negotiate. She did not compromise. She did not offer a way out. She waited. The miners began to break. The money was gone. The food was gone. The hope was gone. In Nottinghamshire, thousands of miners crossed the picket lines and went back to work. Scargill called them scabs. They called themselves survivors. On March 3rd, 1985, the strike collapsed. The miners returned to work without a single concession. Scargill was defeated. The union was broken. The government had won. Margaret stood in the House of Commons. She did not celebrate. She did not gloat. She said, "The strike was called without a ballot. It was conducted without regard for the law. It inflicted immense suffering on mining communities. The government's duty was to uphold the rule of law and to protect the national interest. That duty has been discharged." The Labour Party screamed at her. They called her a monster. They called her a murderer. They said she had destroyed the lives of 1 million families. She did not respond. She did not defend. She walked out of the chamber. Chapter 78, London. October 1984. The Brighton bomb. The Conservative Party conference was in Brighton again. The Grand Hotel, where Margaret was staying, was a Victorian building on the seafront, with a ballroom, a dining room, and 100 guest rooms. She was in her room working on her conference speech when the bomb went off. The time was 2:54 a.m. The bomb was in the bathroom of room 629, 5 floors above her. It had been planted by the Irish Republican Army, the IRA, 3 weeks earlier. The explosion ripped through the hotel. The ceiling collapsed. The windows blew out. The walls crumbled. Margaret was in the bathroom. She was sitting on the edge of the bathtub, reading a briefing. The explosion threw her across the room. She hit the wall. She fell to the floor. The ceiling fell on top of her. She lay in the darkness, covered in dust and debris. She could not move. She could not breathe. She thought, I am going to die. Then she thought, no, I am not. She pushed the debris off her body. She stood up. She walked out of the bathroom. The room was destroyed. The windows were gone. The door was gone. She walked through the dust and the rubble and the broken glass. She walked down the stairs. She walked out of the hotel. The street was chaos. Ambulances, police cars, fire engines, rescue workers digging through the rubble, people crying, screaming, bleeding. Margaret stood on the pavement in her nightgown, her feet bare, her face covered in dust. A policeman approached her. Ma'am, you need to move to a safe area. I am the Prime Minister. Ma'am, I don't care who you are. You need to... Have the casualties been taken to the hospital? Yes, ma'am. Have the families been notified? Ma'am, please. I will give a statement at 9 a.m. Have a car ready. She turned. She walked to a nearby hotel. She went to a room. She washed her face. She put on clothes. She sat down at a desk. She wrote her speech. The speech she would give at 9 a.m. in the conference hall, 5 hours after the bomb had tried to kill her. At 9 a.m. she walked into the hall. The audience was silent. They had heard the news. They had seen the photographs. They had expected her to cancel. They had expected her to mourn. She walked to the podium. She looked at the audience. She said, "The bomb was an attempt to paralyze the nation. It was an attempt to break our spirit. It has failed. The conference will open now as planned at 9:30 a.m. The business of the nation will continue. The business of the party will continue. The business of freedom will continue. We will not be intimidated. We will not be defeated. We will not turn." The audience stood. They cheered. They wept. They shouted her name. She stepped back from the podium. She walked off the stage. In the wings, Bernard Ingham was waiting. "That was your finest hour," he said. "It was just a speech," she said. "No," he said, "it was not." Chapter 79. London, December 1984. The Brighton aftermath. The bomb had killed 5 people. Norman Tebbit, the employment secretary, had been injured. His wife, Margaret Tebbit, had been paralyzed. She would never walk again. Margaret visited the Tebbits in the hospital. She sat beside Margaret Tebbit's bed. She held her hand. "I am sorry," she said. "I am so sorry." Margaret Tebbit looked at her. "It's not your fault," she said. "It is my fault. They were trying to kill me. They killed other people instead. They hurt you." "You didn't plant the bomb, Margaret. They did." Margaret Thatcher said nothing. She sat beside the bed, holding the hand of the woman who had been paralyzed because of her. She did not cry. She did not apologize again. She sat. When she left the hospital, she walked to her car. She got in. She sat in the back seat. The car drove away. She looked out the window. The streets of London were busy. People were shopping, working, living. They did not know that the Prime Minister had just sat beside a paralyzed woman. They did not know that the Prime Minister was thinking about revenge. She was thinking about revenge. She was thinking about the men who had planted the bomb. She was thinking about the men who had sent them. She was thinking about the men who had financed them. She wanted them dead. She did not say this aloud. She did not need to. The men who knew her knew what she was thinking. The IRA would pay. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. And when that day came, she would not hesitate. Chapter 80, London, 1985. The lonely year. The strike was over. The unions were broken. The economy was growing. Inflation was down. Unemployment was beginning to fall. The policies were working. The country was changing. But Margaret was alone. Dennis was ill. His heart was failing. He had been in and out of hospital for months. The doctors said he needed rest. He needed quiet. He needed her. She could not give him what he needed. She was the Prime Minister. She worked 16 hours a day. She traveled constantly. She was never home. He did not complain. He never complained. He sat in his armchair, reading the newspapers, watching the television, waiting for her to come home. She came home late. He was usually asleep. She stood in the doorway of his bedroom, watching him sleep. She did not wake him. She did not kiss him good night. She went to her study. She worked until 2 a.m. She slept. She woke. She worked. They were strangers living in the same house. They had been strangers for years. But now the strangeness was painful. Now the strangeness was a wound. She did not know how to fix it. She did not know how to be a wife. She had never known. She had been a daughter, a student, a politician, a prime minister. She had never been a wife. She was 60 years old. It was too late to learn. Chapter 81. London, 1986. The Westland Affair. The helicopter industry was not something Margaret had ever thought about. She had never flown in a helicopter if she could help it. They were noisy, unstable, and dangerous. But the Westland Helicopter Company was a British institution, a manufacturer of military and civilian aircraft, a source of thousands of jobs in the West Country, and Westland was failing. The question was simple: who should rescue it? The Americans, via the Sikorsky Company, had offered a deal. The Europeans, via a consortium of British, Italian, and French companies, had offered a competing deal. The cabinet was divided. The Defense Secretary, Michael Heseltine, favored the European option. The Trade and Industry Secretary, Leon Brittan, favored the American option. The Prime Minister favored the American option because she favored anything that was not European. The affair was not about helicopters. It was about Europe. It was about sovereignty. It was about who controlled Britain's future. Heseltine believed that Britain's future lay in Europe, in partnership with France and Germany, in a united European defense industry. Margaret believed that Britain's future lay with the United States, in the special relationship, in the Atlantic Alliance. The two visions were incompatible. The affair became a scandal. Letters were leaked, accusations were traded, resignations were demanded. Heseltine walked out of a cabinet meeting in January 1986, his resignation letter in his hand, and announced to the waiting press that he was leaving the government. Leon Brittan resigned a week later, his reputation in tatters. Margaret stood in the House of Commons and defended her conduct. She had done nothing wrong, she said. She had acted in the national interest. She had not leaked the letters. She had not orchestrated the scandal. She was the victim, not the perpetrator. The House did not believe her. The press did not believe her. The country did not believe her. But she survived. She always survived. Heseltine went to the backbenches. He began to plot. He began to wait. He would have his revenge. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. Margaret knew. She added his name to the list. Chapter 82. London, 1987. The third election. She called the election for June 11th. The polls were good. The economy was strong. The Labour Party was still led by Neil Kinnock, who was still untested, still unproven, still unelectable. The moment was right. The campaign was brutal. Labour attacked her record, the miners, the poll tax, the destruction of the welfare state. The press attacked her. She was too old, too tired, too out of touch. The polls narrowed. The lead shrank. The panic began. Margaret did not panic. She campaigned. She traveled the country. She shook hands. She smiled. She answered questions. She never lost her temper. She never made a mistake. Her team produced a poster, a photograph of her looking determined with the caption, Britain's better off with the Conservatives. It was simple. It was effective. It was true. The economy was growing. Inflation was low. Unemployment was falling. The country was better off. On election night, she sat in number 10, watching the results come in. Dennis sat beside her. The children were there, grown now, adults. Mark was 33, a businessman, a troublemaker. Carol was 34, a journalist, a writer. They sat in the family room watching the television, making small talk. The first result came in at 11 p.m. Conservative, hold. The second at 11:15. Conservative, hold. The third at 11:30. Conservative, gain. By 1 a.m. it was clear. She had won. A majority of 102 seats, a third consecutive victory. No Conservative Prime Minister had won 3 elections since Lord Liverpool in the 1820s. She stood on the steps of number 10 at 2 a.m. The crowd was large, tired, happy. They chanted her name. She said, "Thank you. We have won. We have won because we have earned the trust of the British people. We will not betray that trust. We will continue to govern in the national interest. We will continue to put Britain first." She went inside. Dennis was waiting with champagne. She drank 1 glass, then she went to her study. She opened the red boxes. She worked until 4 a.m. Chapter 83. London. September 1988. The Bruges speech. She stood in the medieval town hall of Bruges, Belgium, before an audience of European dignitaries. The room was old, beautiful, and cold. The chandeliers sparkled. The portraits of Flemish merchants stared down from the walls. The audience was polite, attentive, and completely unprepared for what she was about to say. She had been invited to give a speech about Britain's role in the European community. The organizers expected a routine address about trade and cooperation. They expected vague platitudes about European unity. They expected nothing controversial. She gave them nothing of the sort. "We have not successfully rolled back the frontiers of the state in Britain," she said, "only to see them reimposed at a European level, with a European superstate exercising a new dominance from Brussels." The audience shifted in their seats. The British ambassador to the EC put his head in his hands. The French president, François Mitterrand, who was not in the audience but would read the speech the next morning, would call it an act of aggression. The German Chancellor, Helmut Kohl, would say he was deeply disappointed. She continued, "We are part of Europe. We will always be part of Europe. But we are also part of something else. We are part of the English-speaking world. We are part of the Atlantic community. We are part of the Commonwealth. Our history is not only European. Our future is not only European. Our destiny is our own." The audience was silent. They did not applaud. They did not boo. They sat in silence, waiting for her to finish. She finished. "We have a duty to preserve our identity. We have a duty to preserve our sovereignty. We have a duty to preserve our freedom. We will not surrender those things. We will not trade them for a seat at a table in Brussels. We will not give them away for the illusion of unity. We are Britain. We will remain Britain." She stepped back. The audience applauded politely. She walked off the stage. Her foreign policy advisor, Charles Powell, was waiting. "That was very strong, Prime Minister." "It was not strong enough," she said. Chapter 84. London. 1989. The fall from grace. The Bruges speech was the beginning of the end. It turned her allies into enemies. It turned her enemies into fanatics. It split the Conservative Party down the middle. The pro-Europeans, led by Geoffrey Howe and Michael Heseltine, began to plot. The anti-Europeans, led by Margaret, began to fight back. The first blow came in July 1989. She reshuffled her cabinet. Geoffrey Howe was moved from the Foreign Office to the leadership of the House of Commons. It was a demotion. Everyone knew it. Howe knew it. He accepted it. He smiled. He waited. The second blow came in October 1989. The Conservative Party conference was in Blackpool. The mood was ugly. The party was divided. The economy was slowing. The poll tax was a disaster. Margaret gave a speech. It was not her best. She was tired. She was 64 years old. She had been Prime Minister for 10 years. The fire was still there, but the fuel was running low. The third blow came in November 1989. Geoffrey Howe resigned. He had had enough. He had served her for 15 years. He had delivered the budgets that crushed inflation. He had defended her in the House. He had stood by her through the Falklands, the miners' strike, the Brighton bomb. And she had humiliated him. She had moved him from the Foreign Office. She had ignored his advice. She had treated him as a servant, not a colleague. He resigned on November 1st, 1989. His resignation speech was given on November 13th. It was not a speech. It was an assassination. "I have wrestled with my conscience for many months," he said. "I have come to the conclusion that the time has come for others to consider their own response to the tragic conflict of loyalties with which I have myself wrestled for perhaps too long." The words were mild. The meaning was clear. She had to go. He had not said it directly. He did not need to. Every MP in the chamber understood. Margaret sat on the front bench, listening. Her face was pale. Her hands were still. She did not react, but inside she knew. The knife had been sharpened. The hand had been raised. The blow was coming. Chapter 85. London, November 1990. The challenge. Michael Heseltine announced his challenge on November 14th. He had been waiting for 5 years. He had been plotting for 5 years. He had been patient. Now the moment had come. Howe had opened the door. Heseltine walked through it. The leadership election was scheduled for November 20th. The rules were simple. The first ballot would be held on the 20th. If no candidate won a majority of 15% over the nearest rival, a second ballot would be held. The second ballot would be open to new candidates. Margaret fought. She campaigned among her MPs. She called them one by one. She asked for their votes. She reminded them of their debts. She reminded them of their promises. She threatened them with the consequences of defeat. Some listened. Some did not. On November 20th, the first ballot was held. The result was announced at 5:30 p.m. Margaret Thatcher, 204 votes. Michael Heseltine, 152 votes. Abstentions, 16. She had won the ballot, but she had not won enough. Under the rules, she needed a majority of 15% over Heseltine. She had a majority of 52 votes. Heseltine had 152 votes. The margin was too small. A second ballot would be held, and in that second ballot anything could happen. Margaret sat in her study looking at the numbers. Dennis sat beside her. He did not speak. 204, she said. I needed 215, 11 more votes. You'll get them in the second ballot. No, she said. I won't. The ones who abstained will vote for Heseltine. The ones who voted for me will waver. I will lose. You don't know that. I know it. She picked up the telephone. She called her campaign manager. I am going to resign, she said. Announce it tonight. The second ballot will go ahead. I will not be a candidate. The campaign manager tried to argue. She hung up. She sat in the dark. Dennis put his arm around her. She did not lean into him. She sat still, staring at the wall. I'm sorry, he said. It's not your fault. It's not yours either. Yes, she said, it is. Chapter 86. London, November 22nd, 1990. The resignation. She wrote her resignation speech in the early morning. The speech was short. It was not bitter. It was not triumphant. It was sad. She walked out of number 10 at 9:15 a.m. The cameras were there. The crowd was there. Some were cheering. Some were weeping. She stood at the same spot where she had stood in 1979, on the same wooden box, at the same microphone. She said, "It is sometimes said that governments come and go, but it is also true that some governments leave an indelible mark on the nation's history. This government has done so." She paused. She looked at the cameras. She looked at the crowd. She looked at the black door behind her. "I am delighted to leave the Conservative Party in the hands of a new generation. I wish John Major well. He will be a splendid Prime Minister, and I hope that everyone who has supported me over the years, and there have been many, will give him the same support that they gave to me." She turned. She walked through the black door. She did not look back. Inside, Dennis was waiting. He put his arm around her. She did not push him away. She leaned into him, just for a moment. "Come on," he said. "Let's go home." They walked out the back door into a waiting car. The car drove away. Number 10 disappeared behind them. She did not cry. She did not speak. She sat in the back seat, holding Dennis's hand, watching London pass by. The Iron Lady was gone. The woman remained. Chapter 87. Chelsea, November 1990. The first day. The house on Flood Street was cold. She had not lived in it for 11 years. The heating had been off. The windows had not been opened. The dust had settled on every surface. She walked through the rooms. The living room, the kitchen, the bedroom, the study, her study. The desk where she had sat as a young MP, writing speeches, reading briefings, planning her future. She sat at the desk. The wood was cold. The chair was hard. She opened the drawer. Her notebooks were there. Her father's photograph was there. Her mother's Bible was there. She took out the notebook from 1943, the first one, the one she had used at Oxford. She opened it to the first page. First day at Oxford. Meet with Dr. Hodgkin at 2 p.m. Read Chapter 1 of Pauling's The Nature of the Chemical Bond before dinner. She read the words. She was 18 years old again. She was in the attic laboratory in Grantham, weighing chemicals, reading textbooks, dreaming of the future. She had wanted to make things work. She had wanted to change the country. She had done that. She had done more than that. She had remade the country. She had broken the unions. She had privatized the industries. She had defeated the Argentines. She had stood up to the Soviets. She had been the Iron Lady. And now she was sitting in a cold house in Chelsea, reading her old notebooks, waiting for the telephone to ring. It did not ring. She closed the notebook. She put it back in the drawer. She closed the drawer. She sat in the dark. Dennis came in. He was carrying a cup of tea. "Margaret, drink this." She took the cup. She drank. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "I am thinking about my father." "What about him?" "I am thinking about the shop, the counter, the bacon slicer, the way he looked at me when I told him I was going to Oxford. He didn't say he was proud. He said, 'Then you had better start studying.'" Dennis sat down on the edge of the desk. He was proud. "I know. He just couldn't say it." "I know." She put down the cup. She looked at him. "Dennis." "Yes." "Thank you. For what?" "For staying." He took her hand. "Where else would I go?" She did not answer. She did not need to. They sat in the dark, holding hands, listening to the house settle. The Iron Lady was gone. The woman was still there, and the woman was tired. Book 3, The Long Shadow. Chapter 88. Chelsea, December 1990. The first month. She woke at 5 a.m. She had always woken at 5 a.m. But there were no red boxes waiting, no civil servants hovering in the corridor, no cabinet secretary on the telephone, no car idling at the curb. There was only Dennis, snoring softly in the next room, and a kitchen that needed to be cleaned. She made tea. She had not made her own tea in 11 years. She boiled the kettle, found a mug, fished a tea bag from a drawer. She stood at the window looking out at the garden. The garden was overgrown. The previous occupants had not cared for it. She made a mental note: hire a gardener. She sat down at the kitchen table. The table was small, round, covered with a checkered cloth. She had bought the cloth at a market in the 1950s. It was frayed at the edges. She had never noticed before. She had never had time to notice. She drank her tea. The tea was too strong. She had left the bag in too long. She made a mental note, removed the bag after 3 minutes. She sat. The telephone did not ring. The doorbell did not ring. The post came at 10 a.m. 3 letters, all from charities asking for donations. She wrote checks. She put them in the post. She sat. At noon, Dennis came down. He was wearing his dressing gown. His hair was uncombed. He looked old. "Have you eaten?" he asked. "No." "I'll make toast." He made toast. They ate toast. The toast was burnt. Neither of them mentioned it. "What are you going to do today?" he asked. "I don't know." "You could read." "I don't want to read." "You could write." "I don't want to write." "You could come for a walk." She looked out the window. It was raining. "Perhaps tomorrow," she said. "Perhaps tomorrow," he said. They sat in silence. The rain fell. The clock ticked. The day passed. Chapter 89, Chelsea, January 1991. The speech. She had promised to be quiet. She had promised not to interfere. She had promised to support John Major. She broke every promise within 3 months. The occasion was a speech to the Conservative Party's spring conference in Blackpool. She was supposed to give a brief address, thank the party, and retire gracefully. She had written a brief address. She had thanked the party. Then she had thrown away the speech and delivered another one. "Do not give away our sovereignty," she said. "Do not surrender to the Federalists. Do not let Brussels dictate to Westminster. Britain must remain Britain." The audience cheered. They had missed her. They had missed her certainty, her passion, her willingness to say what she believed. John Major sat on the platform behind her, his face frozen in a smile. He had been trying to negotiate a compromise with the Europeans. He had been trying to keep the party together. She had just blown up his strategy in front of 10,000 people. After the speech, Major's aides demanded that she stop interfering. She ignored them. She gave another speech, and another, and another. She became a shadow prime minister, a ghost at the feast, a reminder of what the party had lost and what it could not recover. The newspapers called her the backseat driver. The cartoonists drew her as a backseat driver, leaning over John Major's shoulder, grabbing the steering wheel. She did not mind. She had never minded the cartoonists. She minded irrelevance. She was not irrelevant. She would not become irrelevant. Not yet. Chapter 90, Chelsea, 1992. The election. John Major called an election for April 9th. The polls showed Labour ahead. The pundits predicted a Labour victory. The country was tired of the Conservatives. The country was tired of 18 years of Thatcherism. The country wanted a change. Margaret campaigned for Major. She appeared at rallies. She gave speeches. She shook hands. She smiled. She did not believe he would win. She did not believe he deserved to win. But he was her successor. He was a Conservative. She would support him. On election night, she sat in her study in Chelsea, watching the results come in. Dennis sat beside her. The television was on. The numbers flashed across the screen. The first result came in at 11 p.m. Conservative hold. The second at 11:15. Conservative hold. The third at 11:30. Conservative gain. By 1 a.m. it was clear. Major had won. A majority of 21 seats. Not a landslide, not a mandate, but a victory. Margaret turned off the television. She looked at Dennis. "He'll last 2 years," she said. "Maybe longer." "No, the party is divided. Europe will destroy him. The Maastricht Treaty will destroy him. The Eurosceptics will destroy him. He will be gone by 1994. Dennis said nothing. He had learned not to argue with her about politics. She was right. Major lasted until 1997. But she was right about the division. Europe destroyed him. The Maastricht Treaty destroyed him. The Eurosceptics destroyed him. He limped from crisis to crisis, a wounded animal, waiting for the end. Margaret watched from the sidelines. She did not gloat. She did not say, "I told you so." She did not need to. Everyone knew. Chapter 91. Chelsea, 1993, The Memoirs. She wrote 2 volumes. The first, The Downing Street Years, was published in 1993. It was 900 pages long. It was detailed, defensive, and occasionally brilliant. She described every cabinet meeting, every crisis, every triumph. She settled old scores. She named names. She called Geoffrey Howe a good man who lost his nerve. She called Michael Heseltine a showman without substance. She called Edward Heath a failure in every sense of the word. Heath sued her. The case was settled out of court. She paid his legal fees and agreed to remove a single sentence from future editions. She did not apologize. She did not retract. She simply removed the sentence and moved on. The second volume, The Path to Power, was published in 1995. It covered her childhood, her education, her early political career. It was more personal than the first volume. She wrote about her father, about Grantham, about the shop. She wrote about the day she learned that her mother had died. She had been at a cabinet meeting. She had not cried then either. The books sold millions of copies. They made her rich. She had never been rich. Dennis had been rich, but Dennis's money was his. Now she had her own money. She used it to endow a fellowship at Oxford, to support a think tank, to pay for her staff. She did not spend it on herself. She did not know how. She signed copies at bookshops. The queues stretched around the block. The readers were mostly older, mostly conservative, mostly grateful. They wanted to touch her. They wanted to thank her. They wanted to tell her that she had saved the country. She listened. She nodded. She signed. She did not smile. Chapter 92, Chelsea, 1995. The 80th birthday. The party was held at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in London. The Queen came. The Prime Minister came. The Archbishop of Canterbury came. The cast of Yes, Minister came. The room was full of old friends, old enemies, old allies, old rivals. They all came to celebrate the woman who had changed their country. Margaret arrived in a wheelchair. She had not wanted the wheelchair. She had fought against it. But her legs would not carry her any more. The strokes had taken her balance, her strength, her ease of movement. She was pushed into the room by a nurse. She looked at the crowd. She did not smile. They sang Happy Birthday. She listened. Then she was helped to the microphone. She stood, holding on to a rail, trembling slightly. She said, "Thank you for coming. I am very honored. But I did not come here to look back. I came here to look forward. Britain has a great future if we have the courage to seize it. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise." She sat down. The crowd applauded. She did not hear them. She was already looking at the door, waiting for Dennis. He was not there. He had died 2 years ago. She had forgotten. Chapter 93, London, June 26, 2003. Dennis dies. He was 88 years old. He had been ill for months. Cancer. He had fought it quietly, without complaint, the way he had fought everything. He did not want a funeral. He did not want a service. He wanted to be cremated, quietly, with only his family present. Margaret sat beside his bed when he died. She was holding his hand. He looked at her. He tried to smile. He said, "You were extraordinary." She said, "Don't leave me." He said, "I have to." Then he closed his eyes. His hand went limp. He was gone. Margaret sat beside his body for 2 hours. She did not cry. She did not speak. She just sat. The funeral was held at the Royal Hospital, Chelsea. The Queen sent a wreath. The Prime Minister, Tony Blair, sent a wreath. The former Prime Ministers, John Major, Edward Heath, James Callaghan, sent wreaths. Margaret sat in the front row, alone. Carol sat beside her. Mark sat on the other side. She did not look at them. She looked at the coffin. After the funeral, she went back to the empty house. She walked into the bedroom. Dennis's side of the bed was still unmade. The indentation of his head was still on the pillow. She sat on the edge of the bed. She did not cry. She lay down. She closed her eyes. She did not get up for 2 days. Chapter 94, Chelsea, 2005. The forgetting. The strokes continued. The doctors said they were mini-strokes, transient ischemic attacks, small events that would not kill her, but would slowly eat away at her mind. They were wrong. They were not small. They were not transient. They were erasers. They erased her memory, her concentration, her ability to think. She began to forget. She forgot appointments. She forgot conversations. She forgot that Dennis was dead. "Where is Dennis?" she would ask. "When is he coming home?" The nurses learned to lie. "He's traveling," they would say. "He'll be back soon." She would nod. She would wait. She would ask again an hour later. Her daughter Carol visited more often now. Carol had written a book about her mother, a memoir called A Swim-On Part in the Goldfish Bowl. It was honest, painful, and loving. Carol described her mother as a woman who could not show affection because she had never learned how. Margaret read the book. She did not comment on it. She did not need to. It was true. Carol sat with her mother in the living room. The television was on. The sound was off. Margaret stared at the screen, not seeing. "Mother," Carol said. Margaret turned. She looked at Carol. Her eyes were blank for a moment. Then they focused. "Carol." "Hello, Mother." "How are the children?" "The children are fine. They send their love." "Good. Good." The silence returned. Carol sat beside her mother. She took her mother's hand. Margaret did not pull away. "I love you, Mother," Carol said. Margaret looked at her. She did not say, "I love you too." She never said that. But she squeezed Carol's hand. Just once. Just a little. It was enough. Chapter 95, Chelsea, 2008. The last speech. She did not give it. She could not. The words would not come. She stood at a podium at a dinner in London in the autumn of 2008, at an event for the Conservative Way Forward group. The room was full of old friends, old supporters, old believers. They had come to see her. They had come to hear her. She stood at the podium. She opened her mouth. The words would not come. She tried again. Nothing. She stood there in silence for what felt like an hour. It was 30 seconds. An aide rushed to the stage. He helped her sit down. The audience applauded. They did not know what else to do. She was helped off the stage. The speech was cancelled. She never gave another. She sat in the car on the way home. The car was dark. The streets of London passed by. She looked out the window. She did not speak. The driver, a young man who had been assigned to her by the government, glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Are you all right, Mrs. Thatcher?" She did not answer. She looked out the window. The lights of the city blurred. She was not all right. She would never be all right again. Chapter 96, Chelsea, April 8th, 2013. The end. She died at the Ritz Hotel. She had been staying there for several weeks. The house in Chelsea was too big, too cold, too full of memories. The Ritz was warm, efficient, anonymous. She liked the service. She liked the lack of fuss. She died in her sleep in a suite overlooking Green Park. She was 87 years old. The news broke at 10 a.m. The flags were lowered to half-mast. The television stations interrupted their programming. The Prime Minister, David Cameron, made a statement from the steps of Number 10. "We have lost a great leader, a great Prime Minister, and a great Britain." The tributes poured in from around the world. The Queen said she was saddened. Barack Obama said she had transformed the modern world. Angela Merkel said she was a remarkable woman in a man's world. Mikhail Gorbachev said she had been a difficult partner, but a genuine one. The insults poured in as well. The miners' wives, the dock workers, the students who remembered the milk, the Scots who had never forgiven her for the poll tax. They said she was a monster. They said she had destroyed their lives. They said they would not mourn. They were right, too. Chapter 97, London. April 17th, 2013. The funeral, St. Paul's Cathedral, the greatest honor the British state can bestow. The Queen attended. The Prime Minister attended. The former Prime Ministers attended. 2,000 guests, 10,000 police officers, 20 million viewers around the world. Margaret Thatcher's coffin was draped in the Union Jack. On top of the coffin, a wreath of white roses. On the wreath, a handwritten note from her children. "Beloved Mother, always in our hearts." The funeral was grand, solemn, and deeply controversial. The BBC received more than 1,000 complaints. The protesters lined the streets, turning their backs on the coffin. A few shouted, "Ding dong, the witch is dead." The song reached number 2 on the UK singles chart. The service lasted an hour. The Bishop of London gave the address. He spoke of her fearlessness and faith. He did not speak of the miners, the poll tax, the poverty, the hatred. That was not the place. At the end of the service, the congregation sang, "I vow to thee, my country." Margaret Thatcher had chosen the hymn herself. She had planned every detail of the funeral. She had planned it years in advance, when her mind was still sharp, when she still believed that she could control everything. The coffin was carried out of the cathedral. The bells tolled. The guns fired in Hyde Park. The crowds watched in silence, or in anger, or in grief. Margaret Thatcher was gone. Chapter 98, Grantham, 1925, The Beginning. She was born on October 13th, 1925, in a room above the shop. The room was small, with a sloped ceiling and a single window that looked out onto the high street. The midwife arrived at midnight. Beatrice was 43 years old for a first birth, and the labor was long. Alfred paced the shop below, opening and closing drawers, straightening tins, wiping down the counter. He was not a man who paced. He was a man who worked. But there was no work to do at 2 in the morning, so he paced. At 4:15 a.m., the midwife came downstairs. "You have a daughter," she said. "Both are well." Alfred went upstairs. He looked at his wife, pale and exhausted, lying in the narrow bed. He looked at the baby wrapped in a cloth, no bigger than a sack of flour. He did not pick her up. He stood at the foot of the bed and looked at her. He said, "Margaret." That was all. He went back downstairs. He opened the shop at 7 a.m. The shop was called Roberts and Son. There was no son. The sign had been painted in 1919, when Alfred took over the business from his own father. He had kept the name because it was cheaper to keep it than to change it. He had also kept it because he believed, firmly and quietly, that a son would come. A son did not come. 2 daughters came, Margaret and then Muriel, 4 years later. The sign stayed. Alfred never explained why. He did not need to. He was not a man who explained himself. But he named his first daughter Margaret, and he named her Hilda after his mother, who had died when he was 12. His mother had been a strong woman, he said. She had kept house, raised children, and helped run the family grocery business after her husband fell ill. She had died of consumption at 47, worn out by work and worry. Alfred did not say that he wanted his daughter to be like his mother, but he named her after her. That was enough. The baby grew. She learned to walk, to talk, to read, to write. She learned to weigh butter, to slice ham, to wrap cheese. She learned to add a column of shillings and pence in her head while holding a conversation. She learned that the world was divided into two kinds of people, those who worked and those who did not. She learned that she was the first kind. She learned that her father loved her. He never said it. He did not need to. He showed it by working, by providing, by expecting everything from her. He showed it by treating her as an adult when she was still a child. He showed it by standing aside and letting her become what she was meant to become. She never told him she loved him. She did not know how. She showed it by working, by achieving, by becoming the person he had raised her to be. That was enough. That had to be enough. Chapter 99. Chelsea, November 1990. The morning after. 5 a.m. She was 70 years old. She had just lost everything she had worked for. She was sitting at a kitchen table in an unpacked house, drinking cold tea, waiting for the telephone to ring. It did not ring. She put down the mug. She looked out the window at the overgrown garden. She thought about her father. She thought about the shop. She thought about the first time she stood in the House of Commons, a young woman in a blue suit, surrounded by men who did not want her there. She thought about the Falklands. She thought about the miners. She thought about Geoffrey Howe's resignation speech. She thought about the tears she had not shed. She thought about a line from her father's sermon, the one he preached the Sunday after the war ended, the one about duty and courage and the price of greatness. She could not remember the exact words. Her memory was failing. But she remembered the feeling that she was called to something greater than herself, the feeling that she was not allowed to stop. She stood up. She rinsed the mug. She put it in the sink. She walked to the study where the boxes were still unpacked, where the books were still in crates, where the papers were still in piles. She found a pen. She found a blank sheet of paper. She sat down at the desk. She wrote one word: continue. She did not know what she meant, but she wrote it anyway, because that was what she had always done. She had continued. Through the milk snatcher years, through the recession, through the war, through the riots, through the betrayals, she had continued. And now, in this quiet house, in this quiet street, in this quiet city with the world moving on without her, she continued. She opened a box. She pulled out a book. She began to read. The Iron Lady was gone. The woman remained, and the woman was not finished. Not yet. Not ever. If you've read this far, it means you enjoyed the book. Please leave a nice review. Thank you very much.